Dorothy, Lakeisha for Q&A. If they have questions, we're going to use the standing mic, so anybody who has questions can come to the standing mic.
So stay here? Okay. Okay. On this side? Okay. We can do that. I feel like that's the thing we can do. Just the two of us. We are the lunchtime panel. The best. All us. Are you ready for us to start? All right. Okay, everyone. I think we're going to get started shortly or now.
Check, check.
No worries.
1 second. All right, can we get your undivided attention as our presenters are about to present, y'all? 1 second. All right, we're going to get started. Lakeisha, the floor is yours.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, I hope that everyone's had an amazing series of talks this morning. I got to sit in on some of them. I'm so excited to be here. Oh, thank you. Perfect. Okay. All right. I'll just use this clicker. So I'm so excited to speak with you. I'm Dr. Lakeisha Odom at the Foundation for Food and Agriculture Research. I'm a proud double graduate of Tuskegee University. I received my undergraduate and my PhD from Tuskegee. And so it's really exciting to be here to talk to y'all today. I'll share a little bit about the foundation for which I represent and then some funding opportunities. So I'm from the Foundation of Food and Agriculture Research. We pronounce that FAR, and we connect funders, researchers, and farmers, ranchers, and all with the goal of pioneering the next frontier of agriculture innovation to provide every person access to affordable, nutritious food grown on thriving farms. The way that we do this is through public-private partnerships. So we were created in the 2014 Farm Bill, all with the objective of capitalizing on private investment in agriculture research specifically. Public investment in research from USDA or other federal sources has remained quite stagnant over time, but industry has been an amazing partner in looking at ways in which to support ag research. So our organization was created with $200 million in the 2014 Farm Bill and another $180 million in the 2018 Farm Bill. We use those funds to partner with private entities or non-federal sources. Those sources could be international partners, state and local dollars, industry, other foundations. And to date, since about 2016, we've funded $268 million with over 550 distinct partners. And we partner across 6, we call them challenge areas, but that's just strategic priorities that we focus on. So we look at research in crops, urban food, advanced animal systems, so things like understanding how to appropriately sex eggs or determine whether how you can reduce methane in animal feed. Next, Health Ag Nexus looks at the connection between nutrition and agriculture, sustainable water management, and then I manage the soil health portfolio where I look at things like adopting cover crops or looking at ways to effectively measure how much carbon is sequestered from the atmosphere, so things of that nature. As I mentioned, we have a requirement through our mandate to have a 1-to-1 matching ratio, but to date we have about a 1 to 1.4 matching ratio, which is positive. And we also try to bring together diverse groups that might not otherwise collaborate. So often in our funding mechanisms, we'll see partnerships between companies that normally wouldn't work together because of IP issues, but we figure out ways to make that useful for them to do. So the main thing I want to share with you all in the last few minutes we have together are just some opportunities for those for students. So we focus on graduate and undergraduate level funding. We also have opportunities for faculty, which I shared in the previous presentation. And all these slides will be shared with you, so you don't have to like take pictures and remember any of this. But we do have a number of opportunities. So for those folks that are entering into the PhD level, we have a FAR Fellows program, which provides professional development and career guidance to the next generation of food and ag scientists. But we especially are looking for folks that are maybe working in the ag space, but aren't necessarily ag background, like computer science. We're looking for engineering. Any folks that might want to apply to this fellowship and you are entering into a PhD program, we encourage you to apply. The application round will open at the end of this year, so you have time to think about that. Anyone that's in the vet space, we have a vet fellowship that provides $10,000 per student for up to 15 students in order to support veterinarian students to stay in agriculture, because very often sometimes they veer and they don't stay in ag sciences, so we're trying to figure out ways to encourage and entice them to stay in ag and do research in ag spaces. So there's no prior research necessary to apply. And you also receive a 3-month summer internship or fellowship with the American Association of Veterinary Medical Colleges. So that application period opens next year. So if you know anyone that's in vet school or going to vet school, please let them know this opportunity exists. We have partnered with the Native American Agriculture Fund to support those folks that are in those tribal spaces, our Native American students. And we look at this program goes from community college, so you could apply if you're in community college, undergrad to graduate. So we just want to support and attract more students attending Native serving institutions into agriculture. So if you know anyone in those spaces, please let them know these opportunities. And then this opportunity might be very interesting to you. So this is, we partner with the Kirshner Foundation, which is a venture capital foundation. And this fellowship is specific for HBCU students, and it's looking for long-term training where fellows will be impact investors. So each of the student teams receives $50,000, and they are trained in how to invest in particular programs. And then they are allowed to select which programs that they will invest in. So what you see now is our 2023 cohort, and the application will begin again next year. So some of the students in this room might be interested in learning more about how to invest or how venture capital spaces work. If that's the case, there's an application period that is opening spring of next year. And the last thing I would say is that there are some opportunities to engage. So very often we look for students to write blog posts about their research, about what they're working on. That's exciting. We also look for opportunities to engage with students and engage with faculty to understand, are we developing the right types of programming? So I'll provide a list of information within these slides where if you ever want to reach out and just say, like, is there something that you're thinking of that we could potentially fund, just reach out to one of our program directors or me specifically, and I'd be happy to answer those questions. But I just wanted to say that you'll hear a lot about spaces and opportunities in the federal space, and there is a lot, but there also is some really interesting opportunities that are existing in those non-federal spaces, working with nonprofits like mine, working with industry. We talk to industry partners on a daily basis, and they're always saying how much they want to engage and fund and work with HBCUs. So just thinking about, as you consider where you can look for funding as you're becoming researchers or entrepreneurs, where can you get funding dollars? There are a ton of resources in the federal spaces, but there's also a lot of opportunity in that private or nonprofit sector. And I just encourage you to think about that as you move forward. And I'll be here for a little bit after this, and also my information is available and will be shared afterwards. So if you have any other follow-up questions, because I know you're synthesizing a lot of information, and I'm talking to you all while y'all are eating, but if there's anything else that you can think about, please don't hesitate to reach out to me or Iris. She'll contact you with me, and I'll happily talk to any of you about opportunities in the space that I can see. So I will stop and turn things over to my colleague, Dorothy. There you are. Okay.
Okay, so hi, I'm Dr. Dorothy Jones-Davis, and I'm the Executive Director of Nation of Makers. And if you were here last year, you might remember me, and the year before, I'm kind of here a lot. Nation of Makers, just briefly, I realized I didn't put a slide in. is a national organization. We're a nonprofit, and we serve as sort of an association for maker organizations. So that's any organization that supports the maker movement. That could be a maker space, that could be an academic institution, that can be an organization that provides support to makers. And really, we do three things. We do community building, bringing people together. We have an annual conference that we pull people together to sort of discuss trends and movement in the maker movement. We do resource sharing. So this is a little bit of what I'm going to do today, is share some resources that we have for you. And then we also do advocacy. We're based here in the DC area, and we're right up the hill from Capitol Hill, as you know, and so we run a Capitol Hill Maker Fair, and we'll be doing our first Hill Day, hopefully in 2023 as well, to advocate for more funding for making initiatives like this one. So today I'm going to talk to you about prize challenges. How many people have heard about prize challenges? Okay, not that many people. Okay, y'all gotta, you're gonna want to do this, because there is a lot of money on the table for folks to engage in prize challenges. And it's actually money that's pretty attainable. So first of all, I want to say this is a prize challenge you're in right now, so I hope you understand that this is a prize challenge, but yes. So what are prize challenges? They're competitions amongst individuals, communities, government entities, businesses, institutions, or nonprofits that are designed to achieve defined goals in a defined time frame. And they often use incentives, so cash prizes or other incentives to reach beyond the usual suspects, right? So a lot of times if you look at research opportunities or fellowship opportunities, you start to read and you're like, oh no, I don't meet that criterion. Prize challenges really are designed to let anyone in the community solve a big problem. And in doing so, it increases the number of problem solvers that are addressing critical issues. So why would you want to participate? Well, first of all, cash. I mean, who likes cash in here? Okay, there's some people that aren't raising their hands. Are you awake? Who likes cash in here? I like cash. I mean, come on, there's nothing wrong with that. So you could win cash prizes, other incentives. You also get exposure to key decision makers and people that are movers and shakers in a particular field. And that may, seem a little intimidating to you, but it's an opportunity to be in the room with some really senior people. Right now, this prize challenge you're in right now, this HBCU Making and Innovation Showcase, is an opportunity to meet movers and shakers, like my colleague here, Dr. Odom, and other movers and shakers who are doing big things in big places and have big pots of money to help you, right? So you're able to make those connections, and if you participate in prize challenges, you may have access to even more people, right? You also have exposure to funders, and you start to understand how do funders think, right? And that's really, really important, because once you understand what they're looking for, you can write your application to answer the exact questions that they want. You also have opportunity for teaming. Now, that may not sound fun to you, especially, I don't know how everyone's teams are going, but you may be like, I don't want to team with anyone anymore because I don't like this. But it gives you an opportunity to meet people, engage with people that might be different than you, and participate in teaming, which helps to strengthen your individual ideas. It's also a low risk and low barrier way to practice important skill sets. So things like pitching, drafting a business plan, budgeting, collaboration, learning how to form good teams, all of those things. So where do you find opportunities? Well, turns out during the Obama administration, they started something called challenge.gov. This was key, right? So what happened was Congress, allowed for government agencies and others to have the authority. Not all agencies have the authority to fund, but the ones that do, sorry, Joyce, the ones that do are able to use prize challenges. And also partner with other organizations who may not have that capability to run prizes that will then increase, again, the number of innovators working on a problem. So if you go to challenge.gov, you'll find a list of a bunch of, I just did a screenshot there of what's up there now, and it updates and tells you it arranges them so you can see, what prize is due soon, what deadline is coming up soon. So I wanted to highlight some prizes of interest. So I'm going to do a couple that are not ones I'm related with, and then I'm going to talk to you about a key one that I'm related with. So if you have questions about that one, you can talk to me. This one I came across, it's called the Counting Every Drop Challenge. And the reason why I highlighted this one is the goal, or the big question they're asking, is they want someone to design an innovative precipitation measurement device. And the reason why I thought this was really cool is because I kind of remember, I think a few years back, we actually had a team that was doing that in this space. Now, I don't know if I'm remembering wrong, but I believe that we had somebody that was doing something that was innovative with precipitation and gathering precipitation information. And so if you're doing something like that, this is exactly for you, right? So this is a partnership between USDA, NASA, the Bureau of Reclamation to be able to do, to solve this problem. And you can win in phase 1 an $80,000 prize. The interesting thing about prize challenges is you might be like, well, I don't have the thing, right? Like, I got this idea, but I don't have the thing. Many of these prize challenges are just innovation challenges that are just looking at ideation. So that means your idea could be worth $80,000. And that's kind of like, whoa, game changing. I'll talk to you about a challenge that's kind of like that. And then as you go along, they have different phases. Maybe if you win phase 1, you get the resources, those connections to actually make your idea a reality. Another one that's a really interesting one is the NIOSH Counterfeit N95 Challenge. So you guys may realize, we've been in COVID now for a while, and some of us are still wearing masks, others are not. But if you're wearing a mask, you may realize, or if you went to go buy it on Amazon, you might realize that sometimes it comes in and you're like, is this even real? Like, is this filtering anything? And so there is a problem, a very large problem that the CDC is dealing with, which is counterfeit N95s that may or may not reach the quality that they need to actually filter out not just COVID, but also, N95s are used in agriculture for our workers to not be inhaling pesticides. So if the filtration quality is not right, then you're putting a lot of people at risk, right? And so CDC said, well, we want to figure out a way to, solve this problem. And so they actually want someone to share a proposal for spreading the word about fake N95 respirators. So it's not even making they're not asking you to make a new N95. They're just asking, do you have a way, like almost a marketing idea, like how do we get the word out so that people don't do this? So that's, a pretty, and I haven't clicked, I will say, on all of these, but, there are lots of different challenges here that are really reasonable. Oops, I went back the wrong way. So the prize I wanted to talk to you and spend just a tiny bit of time on is the American-Made Solar Prize Challenge. Now, those of you that are on the LinkedIn group, who's on the LinkedIn group for the HBCU Making Innovation? Okay, more of you, can you please get on the LinkedIn group? Because I'm posting things and y'all are not seeing them because you're not part of the LinkedIn group. So join the LinkedIn group. Neela will make sure that you have that information. Ms. White will make sure you have that information to actually, do that. But I've been posting about the American-Made Solar Prize Challenge. So this is a challenge from the U.S. Department of Energy that's run through the National Renewable Energy Lab, or NREL, and it offers $4.1 million in cash prizes to competitors over 3 phases. And like I told you, the first phase is actually just ideation, right? And so what's the point of this? So it's really the U.S. Department of Energy said, we want to encourage American ingenuity and solar innovation. We want to get innovators the resources they need to transform their ideas into working prototypes. And we want to use a network of people that are in solar, in business, in all these different places to make their ideas become a reality, right? And we want to supercharge this because usually sometimes it takes you like years to develop your business, your idea, and we want to do this in months, not years. And so we have 3 phases. Right now we're in the ready phase. The ready phase, and I'll put in the timeline in a second, but the ready phase is actually due in October. So, and I'll show you how you can get involved. Even if it feels like it's a little close, there's still ways to get involved. And in the first ready contest, they just are evaluating, do you have a plan, an idea for how you might solve a challenge in solar? And it's very wide open. They're saying, we really just want an innovative idea that addresses a solar industry need. We just want to know that you have a good team, you came up with a good solution, and you have a plan. And for that, you can win $50,000. Right. So I saw some people stop, put their fork down. Good. Okay, good. So we're going to talk about how you can actually, compete for this. In addition to this, right, so I told you there's 3 different phases. So the first phase right now, which is what we're focused on, is to make the plan. The second phase is actually designing a proof of concept, and that comes with $100,000 in cash and also $75,000 worth of vouchers that you can use at NREL and other organizations to make your actual, proof of concept. And then the go, which is the final stage, 2 people will win $500,000 to basically have their business, have their pilot partners, have their prototype working, and, address that issue. In addition, this year, they're doing what's called a JEDI Prize, which is, Justice, Equity, Diversity, Inclusion. And that is if you are also addressing a need in an underserved community, which many of us already do, right? So if you're addressing a need in an underserved community, you will get an additional prize. And that prize will be split amongst the number of people that actually fit that criterion. So there's some little bit of extra questions that need to be involved. So what kinds of ideas are we talking about? This is an innovator that actually made it through round 2. And his name is Adam Windsor, and he was, he's a stay-at-home dad. He's an artist. He has no background in energy. And I want to tell you this story because I think you can come to this, and when I first looked at it, I got a lot of people that came up to me and said, I don't know anything about solar energy except I know what solar panels look like. My family may have them on their roof, or I saw them at my school, but I don't really know anything about, the challenges. I don't feel like I could compete here. So his idea was that solar was ugly. So he went online, he was like, why don't more people use solar? And he found that there was a bunch of HOAs or buildings that were like, no, we're not gonna let you have solar because it's ugly. And he's an artist, so he was like, well, this looks like, something I could laser etch. It looks like glass. Why can't you just etch it and make it look pretty? And he was like, he called me up and said, he works at a makerspace that we support. And he said, hey, Dorothy, do you know if you could do this? And I have no clue. I don't do solar stuff, so I don't really know. But I know somebody who knows somebody who could help you, right? So I connected him, and we connected him to a solar manufacturer who was like, yeah, we could do that. And so they sat down with him, and they talked it through with him. And you lose a little bit of efficiency, but you gain a lot of people that want to use it. And so he created this company, Asoleo Architectural Solar, got all the way through to the final round. He didn't win the prize. I really wish he had because it would just been such a great story. But he got so far, and this company still exists. So that's a great, example. So hopefully that inspired you to actually join and get involved. And so one thing that we did as Nation of Makers is we're partnering with an organization called New Tech. And this year we have what's called the Solar Energy Changemaker Program. And we're actually created this program to support solar innovators from minority-serving institutions in their application to the American-Made Solar Prize Challenge. The idea here is we're walking you through from the very beginning, from team formation to application submission. And right now we have a hybrid format because we have a partner, our New Tech actually has the Stream Innovation Center, which is in Baltimore. So if you happen to be in this area, folks at Coppin State, folks that are in this Morgan State, Bowie State, if you're in this area and you want to go over to Baltimore, there is some space there, but we also do it online in Zoom. Now here's the thing. The timeline's kind of tight now. So like I said, you guys have to join that LinkedIn because I've been posting it since day one. So we're now coming up on our final session. I will share with you the resource to find the previous recordings so you can catch up a little bit. But on October 3rd, we'll be running our final session. And we'll be sitting down with people and helping them submit their application. I do not think it's too late for you. So I would not be up here telling you about something I did not think you had a chance at. I do think that, it is an ambitious timeline. You're going to have to really want it and really sit down and do some work, but you can still submit for this. The deadline is actually October 6th at 5 p.m. Eastern time, and then they'll judge over October, and then in December they'll let you know, who the winners are. This, highlighted in yellow, is where you would register for our last session, okay? And I'm happy to give this to you guys. You can screenshot it, but I will also make sure you guys have these slides. And then I have a bunch of resources about, where you can find information. Did you get that one? You got it? Okay, I'm gonna go back to the other one. Did you get the other picture? Get the other picture. Okay. I want you all to enter. I seriously do. So there on this other slide is prior session recordings. The application template, which is really important, they give you a template. It has bullet-pointed questions. Just go in, erase the question, put your answer. That's all you have to do, and we're happy to help you, and I'll give you my information as well. There's also a connector map and tool that allows you to find those people, right? So I said, I'm not in solar, but there's a whole list of people that are. I'm not in business, but there's a whole bunch of people that are, that can help you with those aspects of your application. You can also reach out to me and I'll walk you through that. Here is my information. Please do reach out to me. I do want people, I want the people in this room to enter into this competition if you feel like that's something you want to do. We also have some teams that already are existing, and they're looking for more team members. We have a lot of folks that really want to engage with HBCUs that are not, maybe have a full team. They have like one person who has an idea. And so they're really, really excited. I was told by a lot of people, I'm so excited you're going to the HBCU making an innovation showcase. Please tell them about this program. So here you go, and that's it. That's all of my stuff, and hopefully I didn't take too long.
So does anyone have any questions for Lakeisha or Dorothy about the prize challenges or about the opportunities at FAR? If you do, you can come to the mic. If not, we do have their information. We'll be sharing the slides to you all after the conference, so you can always get in contact with them. But let me just say, plug joining our LinkedIn group. Dorothy posts pretty much every week with a different opportunity. All of them have been involving providing opportunities, but also money. Lots of money, lots of benefits. So I do encourage you all. I've received 2 requests already since I've been sitting here since your plug. So thank you for that. But please, please, please do join the LinkedIn group. Do follow us on Twitter. We are sharing this information. But LinkedIn has been where some of our supporters and those who we collaborate with, they are putting it directly in the LinkedIn group. So please join that group, AAAS HBCU Making an Innovation.
And part of why I'm putting it there, just so you know, is not that I don't want anyone else, but I care a lot about you guys, and so for me, it's like that LinkedIn group is a closed, safe space for us, and I want to make sure we get the opportunities, right? So, you're and again, I'm not trying to make anyone feel bad. If you didn't know about it till today, that's all good. But if you can sign up for it, it's really, really an asset to you, because a lot of us are posting information there first. And so that's a great way to get like the insider sort of information for different programs, because that's where I go first. I post there first, and then I'll post on my general LinkedIn.
I think I'd just add, as a person that works at a funding organization, we put our information up all the time. We put our emails up all the time, and very rarely do we get people that reach out to us. So I would just reiterate, if you have our emails, any of the speakers that have provided that information, please don't hesitate to reach out, because very often, at least in my foundation, we're frustrated because we want to see more HBCUs, more minority-serving institutions apply, and then we don't hear from them. And part of it is that maybe they don't know the opportunity, the deadline. But when I say, if I put my email up there, it's because I want people to reach out. Contact me on LinkedIn. Just continue to ask me what's happening in the space. And I know Dorothy is saying the same thing, right? Like, there's so much opportunity, and sometimes there's so much money left on the table that's available because we're not, just reaching out. So I know it sometimes maybe feels uncomfortable, but I promise you, like, PWIs don't feel uncomfortable. They will email me all day long. And so they don't feel uncomfortable. So I don't want us to feel uncomfortable. Like, I want us to be in these spaces too, and so much of it is just taking advantage of the resources. So I would just say, join the LinkedIn, find me on LinkedIn, reach out when you have people's emails, and just set up some time to talk to them. I've done that where and I know Dorothy as well, like, we might have talked to people 3 years ago that, like, 3 years later, now I can work with you. But because you built that relationship, right, you could get that information that you needed. So even if it's not an obvious connection in this moment, there's nothing wrong with building the relationship, because you never know what will come of it after that. So that's my plug in general for networking and outreach and making the most of these relationships and these moments to have relationships.
Yeah, and I think one more thing I'll say is that a lot of times programs are designed, right? And if no one uses the funding, the entity, whether it be a government entity or a non-governmental entity, will often repurpose that funding if they feel like it's not being used. So the example is this Energy Changemaker program. If we're not successful with our outcomes, and I am being very self-serving at this point, saying like we designed a program that we believe has merit. We believe that there are innovative ideas in solar that are coming out of minority serving institutions. That was our hypothesis. That actually is the truth that I know. But if I cannot prove it, the Department of Energy will say, well, that was a really nice try, and I'm so glad that you tried with our minority serving institutions, but it turns out it just doesn't look like we're getting very many applications from there. And so, we're just not going to fund this again. And so it's really important also sort of, and this is, beyond you as an individual person, to think about, when we don't use those pots of money, unfortunately, and this is not necessarily right, but sometimes that's just what happens because budgets are very, very fickle creatures, and sometimes it's very, very hard to keep these buckets of money that we have protected for our students and for, students and faculty and everyone at minority serving institutions. The other thing I will say about the Solar Prize Challenge for any faculty members is that this is not just a student challenge, this is literally for anyone. So if you go home and one of your parents, or somebody else in your family is like always thinking about like ideas in solar, someone who's in solar. I actually had a great conversation with a young man who actually is a solar installer. He has like an hourly job, installing solar, and he was like, I had an idea because I've been doing this for so long, and he was like, I just don't know if it'll fly, but what do you think? And I'm like, I think you should apply. You should apply for this, right? And see where it goes, and get the feedback from the judging panel so they can tell you, where to improve. And then even if you don't get it this year, you might get it next year. But it helps to continue those sort of relationships. So please consider, doing these things. Not, if you don't apply to this one, it's all good. I'm not mad at you. But just think about other, all of these types of programs exist, and they may not if we don't take advantage of them.
Good afternoon, everyone. To your last point about just engaging with HBCUs, I wanted to offer, or minority serving institutions, I wanted to just offer a different perspective about kind of programmatic creation and then wanting that community to then engage. I would just encourage, not that you haven't done it, so I don't want to make any presumptions, but like sometimes engaging in the community and having them assist in developing the program that you're seeking them to engage with is very important. I'm not sure how many times we realize that for 102 institutions that now the entire country is like, we want to partner, we want to engage, and there's one person in one office that's receiving all of these inquiries and trying to figure out, A, which one directly applies to their mission, but then two, which students or faculty might be appropriately aligned. There are just at times in which the institutions, they receive it, but then their capacity to be able to respond to the thousands of opportunities is difficult. And what we found, I'm the program director at HBCU up at the National Science Foundation, what we found is that sometimes when we solicit through listening sessions, et cetera, to create the program that's specifically designed to meet a need that they said that they have, are a little bit more successful in getting that buy-in and support. So something to consider.
FAR has definitely done a number of, because typically we work more with the 1890s land grants, but we definitely have attended a number of PAWC, ARD, to do those listening sessions because you're absolutely right in thinking about the capacity, right? And then some of the other things that we've been considering at FAR for our funding is how do we also provide some institutional capacity for some of these things, right? We want engagement, but we also recognize, because I was at Tuskegee and I taught at Tuskegee, there's one person. Now one person's got 15 hats on and their email is real busy. And my one little email asking them to do something is not gonna be seen. But we are thinking, I think groups like us, we do think about that and figuring out ways to engage more fully and ensure that whatever we're designing is of value to the community that we want to service. But it is like one of those things where there's a lot of activity in this space. It's really exciting, but it's also very overwhelming, right? And how do you determine the right opportunities? But I would say that, for opportunities like Dorothy's mentioning, it could be any community member, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be at that academic level, and that's a really amazing opportunity for every person to kind of crowdsource innovation. So I think that's really cool about the opportunity you're talking about.
Yeah, and I will say, I mean, I think you actually speak to something that's really important and really interesting too, because I think the other thing, and had mixed feelings, I will say, coming here to present this just because the deadline's so close, because we actually we did another sort of project with NREL looking at geothermal energy, and it's the geothermal collegiate competition, and they specifically reached out to us and said, you know, have all these relationships with HBCUs. We really love to get HBCUs involved. And I said, well, when's the deadline? And like for that particular challenge, the deadline was 3 weeks away, and we had just gotten engaged. And I was like, but you know, and Neela probably remembers because I think I reached out and I was like, I don't even know like what to do because I feel some type of way. Like I don't have a nice way to say it, except, you know, I just felt very negative about bringing it to folks. And actually, truthfully, you know, the folks that I did reach, some of the HBCUs that I work more closely with that, you know, knew me for a while, knew I wasn't going to throw something at them weird, were like, you know, and even I was working with a tribal college, they were like, but it's due so soon. Like, how would our students? So, you know, NREL said, well, we'll extend it so the students can come at any time within the program. But then what ended up happening is the few institutions that chose to participate, the students really did feel like they were at a significant disadvantage. Most of the other primarily you know, white institutions, like actually, you know, had geothermal programs, had, you know, a whole course load of stuff in geothermal. And most of our HBCUs I don't think any of our HBCUs have geothermal programs because not all, you know, and even PWIs don't, you know, have, you know, geothermal programs. And so we really, it started a very similar conversation to what you just said, which is how do we come to those institutions? How do we come to people at institutions? If you tell somebody, you know, okay, 5 minutes before something is due, you can still join and we want you to succeed, you know, in a world where already there's so many boundaries and so many barriers to success, it's really doing a disservice and mentally is not good for our students. And we basically said, you know, myself and some of the other people working on it said, you know, we'll do this with you because we do want you to start those relationships. But, you know, I actually even changed our deliverables because our deliverables were to get a certain number of institutions. I said, this is not attainable. My deliverable is to start conversations with you. And I hope that you use those conversations to productively build a program. And these are the people that are willing, to your point, to come in and help you build this program so that next year you can have a cohort that does have fully engaged HBCUs, tribal colleges, minority serving institutions that are at the table to have this conversation. And the Department of Energy was and NREL they were very, you know, sort of remorseful about it and really, you know, did, I think, learn from the experience, but it is absolutely true, and I think that happens a lot. So I did feel, and so I do want to apologize because it is coming like soon. I did try to reach out through LinkedIn. I emailed Neela and everything, so I just want you to know that my first email about this was many months ago, but but I do hope you still will consider, and I will do everything in my power to make your application successful as it possibly can be personally, because I do want you to succeed.
Thank you both. Thank you so much. I just want to acknowledge that Dr. Carlita Page Anderson, who just spoke, is our program officer for this program with the NSF HBCU Up program. So thank you for joining us. And then we have a few minutes before we get started with our afternoon sessions, our concurrent afternoon student and faculty sessions. So I just want to make sure for everyone, again, I was so honored to be in this. Hey, Joyce. I was so honored to be in the student sessions. They were amazing. The students have been so fantastic throughout this workshop, very engaging. I've encouraged them to keep that energy, to keep the engagement going into the afternoon. We're really excited for the 2 sessions that we have coming up this afternoon. I encourage you to get up and move around before we get started with our afternoon session. Iris, do you have any comments that you have?
We had awesome faculty sessions, amazing information, grants, and resources shared from 7 panelists. A number of those included student opportunities that your faculty advisors will be sharing with you, but we will be posting all of the presentations, so to share all of that information with you. But just want to thank all the panelists that we had today, because they shared some really valuable information and resources.
Great. So we will be getting started in a few minutes with our afternoon sessions. Again, feel free to get up, move around a little bit before we get started. I'll give everyone about a 5-minute, heads up when we're about to get started with the afternoon sessions. Enjoy the rest of your lunch. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
and they are going to be moving around. So. They are going to be moving most of the time. No problem. And I'm going to be trying something out here too on my but they'll be. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm on. That was me. We're gonna get started in about 1 minute. If you are doing interviews, that's still taking place. So don't worry. We're gonna make sure we capture you all and make sure we get everyone who is interested in having interviews. Just like we did with the first sessions, we encourage you all to come to the front. Our amazing presenter, you won't be sitting for long. So don't feel that you have to sit in the back. We encourage you to come to the front so that we have all of our engagement in these front tables. And we'll get started in 1 minute. Oh, yeah. Is that good for you? Okay.
Quick question, AV team. For this laptop up here, how can I see my, oh, but it's not on this screen at all. So can I see it too? That way I make sure I'm in a, and if not, it's okay. I can pose. Thank you. Okay. Okay, thank you. Yes, sir? Absolutely, absolutely, no rush at all. Thank you. You think so? This is going to be non-traditional. I'm really going to have to work in the entire time. So they might be more fun than me.
Okay, why is it not taking us?
Thank you. I'm glad you told me that. I can stay up here. I can stay up here. I'm glad you told me that.
There it is.
Okay. I see. I work in the media department in my church, so I know it's like, slow down. Yeah.
Are we good? Or
And especially if,
almost? Okay.
regardless of if it being on a tripod or, big stand, it's taxing. And if you got a headset on, it's a lot. It can be a lot.
Yes.
You guys rock. I appreciate this because sometimes I need help. I'm like, wait.
One adjustment here because we are running.
One
this is
moment,
a
one moment,
PDF.
y'all. We are waiting for one technical piece, and then we're going to get started.
Does this one work? 'Cause I can give them instruction while we're doing it.
I'm good?
And Neela, I could give them instruction until we get all that.
Sounds good.
All right. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Let me warn you right now. Oh, let me move to the place because they're taping or whatever. But this is just pre-instruction. Let me warn you right now. If you would like to be in your comfort zone, if you don't want to change or be challenged. Too bad, because that's what's about to happen. Okay? Yes. I'll introduce myself shortly. I just want to take, oh, thank you, high five, go AB team. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Let's give it up for the AB team. Can we give it up for them? And can I get Mike? There we go. We're going to maneuver, and I'm going to make sure this is, I want to make sure there's not any feedback as I put this down. I don't know how to turn this off. Thank you, sir. Let's give it up for our AB team again. Then making sure that they appeal to all of us and all of our different learning styles. So before I introduce myself, who knows that beat that goes to a song like that? Allow me to reintroduce myself. Oh, okay. This my age group right here. Okay. All right, somebody over there. Okay, the rest of y'all was like, what's she talking about? I'm not going to sing some of that other stuff because I think it might not be appropriate for this room. All right, so I'd like to know by the showing of your hands, who in here would classify themselves as a perfectionist? Oh, okay, may I have you stand, please? Okay, all my perfectionists. All right, my perfectionists, I'm going to ask you to relocate to this side of the room. All of my perfectionists. And make sure you keep your eyes on one another so we know who's not in your group, okay? A growing perfectionist. Okay, I love it. And by the way, we're recording. I also got some stuff going on. I'm recording. I'm trying something new. I'm being uncomfortable, and I'll tell you what that's about a little bit later too, okay? All right, so my perfectionist, if you could find a seat at one of these tables. If you were not classified as a perfectionist, I'm going to ask you to stand and move to this side of the room. Give it up for everybody. Give it up. Ooh. Oh, that was really weak. Didn't you just eat? Did you have to pay to have lunch? Right. Okay, thank you. All right, so my non-perfectionist, non-classifying perfectionist, will you please raise your hand so I know where you are? Non-classifying perfectionist. All right. And then Mr. Illustrious Alabama A&M. And I like how you've been branding yourself. I love what you've been doing. Good job. Keep it up. So are you in my perfectionist or my non-perfectionist group? Depends. What's more than 50%? Yeah, I think you're in a perfectionist group. We'll go over there. Don't worry, I'm gonna get you. Okay, so for those of you that are just coming in, over here we have our folks that are classifying themselves as perfectionists. If you do not classify yourself, I know that's right. Look at that face. See? He said, If you do not classify yourself as a perfectionist, you could choose a table from here on over, okay? And this is good. I love it. Love it. All right, are you ready? Now, remember what I said. If you're just coming in, I did not introduce myself yet on purpose. If you're just coming in, this is not the time to root yourself in comfort. This is not the time to root yourself in other projects. I'm going to make you incredibly uncomfortable during this particular session, and I'm going to provide some common sense type strategies that we're going to put into play that you can use in many other arenas outside of this session today. Is that all right? Man, you guys are younger than I thought, because if you had grown up in the Love Jones days, they would have, okay, so that's my age group over here. All right, so anyway. All right, thank you. Okay, is that all right? Ooh, okay, you want to try one more time? We could go as many times as we need to. I used to be a cheerleader, All-American, by the way, okay? So I could do call and response all day long. Okay, I see you. All right, so is that all right? All right, y'all kind of getting there. We'll try it again shortly. But my name is Lakeisha Green-Wade. I am a unicorn. I'm a unicorn that did not own a computer until after I graduated college and got my first full-time paying job. And I'm a unicorn because I'm a founder of a global tech ecosystem that's going to support 100 startups by 2030 in the wearable tech segment. And now we cover 4 continents. So who do you know besides me that goes from a status like that of not having a computer, developing a global tech ecosystem? Oh, and by the way, I started off as a non-technical founder and became a technical founder. Ooh, right? Should I brush my shoulder? Do they still do that? Can y'all do it with me? Because I don't want to be the only one being a unicorn. Hopefully by the end of today, you will be able to be a unicorn. And no, we're not going to go to the store and get you all the little gear or whatnot, but you will be a symbolic unicorn. And the beautiful thing is that one of the ways that you can become a unicorn is by being in rooms like this. And I want you to challenge yourself, even after today, to make sure you are not the smartest person in the room. Make sure you are not the smartest person in the room. Let me say that one more time. Make sure you are not the smartest person in the room. That's how you are going to grow. All of my colleagues that spoke before me, all of the initiatives and prizes and things that you heard about today were established. They're a network, it's an ecosystem to help you grow. If you don't understand it today, it's okay. I can tell you that a year from now, 4 years from now, you are going to appreciate this experience where you're in an incubated environment where you can learn new things, hear new things, not understand it, nudge somebody, yawn a little bit, get excited. But at the end of the day, you are going to grow because you are not the smartest person in the room. All right? So will you repeat after me? Say yes. Thank you. Okay, some of you are like, what should I say? So we're going to repeat after me. I aim to not be. Is that grammatically correct? What's a grammatically correct? Okay, let me repeat that. Let me start all over. I will not be the smartest person in the room. Let's say it again. I will not be the smartest person in the room. I want you to think about that statement, especially after you leave Washington, D.C. this week. And maybe even write that down. You guys got notebooks and stuff, right? Okay, let's write that down in your notebooks. You got a notebook? Oh, you're going to be using those too, by the way. And I get really excited during the session, so if I forget stuff, just know it's all a part of the plan. I just got excited talking to you. So please get a notebook, and I want to make sure that you write that down. I will not be the smartest person in the room. And I encourage you to put that on your screensaver or wherever you could put it. I don't know if you have like those dynamic walls with LED lighting in your dorm rooms or apartments or whatnot. I need you to have this somewhere visible, because in the event you find yourself being at least 50% or more in a room where you're the smartest person in the room, that's a sign that you're shrinking. That's a sign that you're shrinking. You are too brilliant to shrink. The investment that has been made in you, coming here, being a part of this program, is not so that you can shrink. Okay? So are you with me? All right. So let me repeat the instructions again for anybody that may come in a little bit later. See, you like how I give that little leeway time? It's almost like if you go to church and they have like the choir singing and stuff, it's like to get you ready for the main message. That's what I was just doing right now. So for those of you that consider yourselves a perfectionist, I'm asking you to come to this side of the room. If you do not consider yourself a perfectionist, I'm asking you to come to this side of the room, okay? So if you need to make any changes, feel free to do so. As I go through the next 2 to 3 slides, which might be remedial for most of you in this room, I'm going to ask that you get some refreshments and get some water. Get something to keep you hydrated because you're going to be moving. It's going to be active, okay? So you have my permission as of right now to move and grab refreshments so that you can be ready after I give these next instructions. Is that all right? Woo, all right, come on, come on, come on. Is that all right? All right, so again, I'm Lakeisha Greenway. I already mentioned I'm a unicorn, a founder of Wearable Tech Ventures. I also have a branding firm called Lucky Fit, and I'm excited because I'm also a new Amazon influencer. So that's why you see like my little camera back here, because I'm learning how to fail fast on recording stuff for myself behind the scenes and doing some content or whatever, right? So I told you at the very beginning that I am going to, maybe I didn't say it as explicitly, but I often put myself in positions where I can fail and learn. And I don't mind doing that in front of you because I want you to model that behavior. So that's why I have that camera here. So if throughout our time together, you know, during an hour, if you get kind of frustrated or if you're like, oh, this is really uncomfortable, I want you to take a look at that camera. You can feel free to stick your tongue out at it and get in it. That's cool too. But that's a reminder that you're not the only one doing this. I'm doing this too. Okay? Is that all right? All right, I'm loving it. I'm loving it. I think I need to ask it one more time. Is that all right? I love it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I love interaction, by the way. Can you tell? I told you this was going to be different, right? Yeah, I love it. Okay, great. So here we go. So I'm based out of Baltimore, Maryland. Really excited. In 2022, as the founder and leader of Wearable Tech Ventures, we were able to host the world's largest and most diverse wearable tech hackathon in a virtual environment. So we created a world record. That's exciting. And so hopefully we'll continue to do that next year. For those of you that might be saying, what's wearable tech? Who had that thought? Was I psychic? Who had that thought? What is wearable tech? Anybody think that? Or did I talk too fast and you didn't hear me say it the first time? Okay. What's wearable tech? Smartwatch is an example. Absolutely. Good job. Give it up, give it up, give it up. What's wearable tech? Prosthetics, right? Absolutely. Give it up, give it up, give it up. Oh, come on. I need more energy than this. You just wait till after this first exercise. You might be huffing and puffing. We had a good answer that came from over here. I don't know where it came from. Say it. Headphones, headphones, earbuds, etc. Right? Give it up, give it up, give it up. Do any of you know, what was his name? Do you know the slain rapper Nipsey that he had a clothing company and he integrated some technology in his clothing tags? Were you familiar with that? Where if you bought the merchandise, it was deemed authentic and you would have access to music and other things related to his brand. That was also an example of wearable technology. So when I found out about his murder, I was mourning greatly because we wanted to partner with him. But fortunately, we've been able to partner with the Boeing company, Under Armour, Qualcomm, some other companies like that, so that we can develop a pipeline of innovators within the wearable technology space. And so many of you did not mention, which I thought you would, virtual reality, like with the glasses, right? So we have a partnership with Roblox as well as with Unity to develop a pipeline of talent that also creates the software and the images and the lands and the worlds in virtual reality. And so we had a program that was middle and high school, so we're growing that K through 12 next year. And then we also have founders that we work with around the world, so I coach them within our program at Wearable Tech Ventures, but I'm also a startup coach at University of Maryland Dingman Center as well as NASDAQ, and also with the NIH. They have a new boot camp that they've been launching. So we're really excited, and as a result of working with AAAS, we've been able to introduce some of our founders to Disney and some other companies so that they can get some business going, right? So that's pretty exciting. So we got that full pipeline going and looking for smart people like you to help us or to help amplify what we're doing. And then also, let's all help each other at the end of the day. That's what it's all about. But ultimately, we know that wearable technology is a niche segment within tech that we can make an anomaly so that the current headlines that says tech is underrepresented, tech only has, 0.2% representation of these people working, right? A lot of times you only hear about 2% of startups getting funded, that might be of color, might be of women. We don't want those headlines to apply, because pretty much we're saying we're taking over this entire niche segment, which we know long term, every company is going to need some form of wearable on their balance sheet in order to be profitable. What? Can you say Wakanda in tech? Okay, but anyway, enough about me. Are you ready? All right, so I saw some of you moving around, so let's get here. So this is an interactive lesson. Oh, by the way, you can connect with me. You see my little QR code? You want to connect with me. I want to connect with you. Okay, so there's going to be other opportunities, and I'll make sure that that's up here too. But just in case you're not sure how to use the QR code, here's a couple of instructions, okay? Is that all right? All right. So this is going to be incredibly interactive, not only from the use of your phone, and by the way, I'm a fan of people going to Google if you don't know what something is, okay? That's okay in this session. So you're able to interact by making sure that you're using your mobile device, or if you have a tablet, make sure that you're clicking on those QR codes and connecting with me and the other organizations that I'm going to post at the end. So for those of you that might be saying, what's a QR code? Basically, and again, I'm going remedial just in case, because I don't know what the background is of everyone here in the room, and that's important. What I'm doing and what I'm modeling is important because you're going to be modeling this in some of the exercises that we do in the next few minutes, okay? But basically, a QR code provides a direct link to a website or a feature, product, or service that someone can access immediately. During the pandemic, we saw an increased usage of QR codes on menus at restaurants, right? We saw an increased usage of QR codes on products and even on billboards, et cetera, so that people can gain instant access to products and or services. So I just incorporated that here today for your ease, because I know you might be kind of like, Lakeisha, it's in the afternoon. I'll just get the slide deck later. And then you'll go to class and you'll forget, and I don't want you to forget, so that's why I want you to have instant access with the QR codes, all right? So then what you do basically is once you get that QR code, there's gonna be a little light. I have an iPhone, so that's why I use this example. It's gonna have a little bit of a yellow highlight around it. You wanna click on that and then access the particular link to go to your browser. Is that all right? All right, so now I want you to unbuckle your seatbelts, because normally if you were on a plane, they would tell you to buckle your seatbelt because you're about to take off. I'm telling you to unbuckle your seatbelt because we're about to get up. Are you ready to fail? Yes. Ooh, some of you were like, wait a minute, my heart fluttered, right? Many of you might be saying, I know I'm supposed to play to win. We're gonna practice playing to fail, because this session is all about how to fail, right? Some of you are like, I do not like her already. You're like, I'm excellent. I was told I'm supposed to win. And here she comes into this session encouraging me to fail. So remember I told you at the very beginning that this is a unique environment. This is something that you ought to cherish, where you are not the smartest person in the room, and it's going to grow you. I'm about to grow you. Are you ready? All right, all of you should have paper. Okay, so I'm going to take you back a little bit. We're going to do a couple different exercises. How many of you went to kindergarten? Okay. How many of you went to first grade? How many of you went to second grade? Oh, great. Okay. How many of you went to third grade? How many of you went to fourth grade? Oh, this is wonderful. I love it. Okay, good. So we're all on the same page. Okay. So we might have had similar experiences at some point between kindergarten and fourth grade. And the reason I'm sharing this was because I used to be a straight A student until I think it was fourth grade, third grade, fourth grade. My handwriting was analyzed by my teacher, and I got a C in handwriting. Messed up my whole little GPA, even though GPA wasn't existed at that time, right? But I was like, how are you scoring me on my handwriting, but I'm brilliant up here, right? And so now when you think about it, these new kids going through K through fourth grade, do they have handwriting tests? So see, look at my history, all scarred. Because what do? We introduce technology so that we can produce faster communication. But anyway, I want to take you back to that period of K through 4th grade. And what I'm going to ask you to do is to write the alphabet in uppercase on your paper. And here's the thing. I wish I had some Jeopardy music. Some of you might be saying, what is she doing? I told you I'm bringing you to common sense, practical things that you can apply later. If you stay with me, I promise you will have an aha moment. Is that all right? Okay. So as you are preparing to write on your paper, my perfectionists, you cannot stop until it is absolutely perfect. What that means is that as you write your alphabet, there cannot be any errors or scribble outs or whatnot. And it has to be absolutely perfect. Once you are done, you can raise your hand and let us know, okay? For the rest of you, it does not have to be like them, okay? So I want to make sure that you mind the instructions here. Write down the alphabet in the capitalized letters, okay? Do you mind if I time you really quickly? Can I do that? Can I do that? Okay. Thank you. You may begin by writing the alphabet, and once you're done, raise your hand. Thanks. Okay, wait. It wasn't ready. No, my Kevin Hart voice. All right, so I saw this hand up. I saw my SOAR right there. This gentleman right here. I think I saw this young lady over here. Who was my third person over here? Somebody pick somebody. Who was the third person? So my three, if I could have my 3 perfectionists that were done first, come this way. My 3 non-perfectionists, if you could come this way, I'm going to check your work. So I said that young lady. There was the gentleman, I believe, and that young lady. Now I had these. Okay, here we go. Come on up. I'm going to check. How many of you think they did it correctly? Let's see. Oh, I love it. You're an innovator. Okay. Now, I said okay. That doesn't mean it was right. So what I'd like you to do, all of my perfectionists, I'd like you to go around and share. Show everybody your notebook really quickly. For those of you that are watching stream, I hope that you are partaking in this exercise as well. So the perfectionists are going to show their work. My non-perfectionists, if you could show your work to your group, show your work. Some of you might be saying, what are we doing? Don't worry, it's just the beginning. I had to get you comfortable. All right, so my perfectionists, after you show your team, I want you to come and show the non-perfectionists your work. And then my non-perfectionists, after you show your work to them, I want you to show your work to the perfectionists. Uh-oh. So the instructions were, what were the instructions again, folks? What is it? Write down the alphabet in capital letters. Was that achieved? Was that achieved? Was that achieved? Was that achieved? Okay, explain that to me. You want to get in the microphone and tell them? Get in the microphone and tell them.
Hello. If you were to take it literally how Miss Sheila did it, then she did it correct. But if you also were to take it how everybody else did it, then we are also correct.
Okay, okay, I like that. Is that all right? So notice the instruction and how the instruction could be perceived in different ways. I'm going to repeat that because I need you to write this down. And you don't have to do it verbatim, but put it in your own words. I gave instruction, and we saw different results from that instruction. So if I were to enhance those instructions for a desired result, how would I enhance those instructions? Come to the microphone and say it.
Hello, hello.
Yes.
Write the 26 letters of the alphabet in capital format.
Right. So do you see how, and I love my innovator because I love that you did that. That was perfect. Oh my gosh, I love it. Star for you for the day. So you said if I were to redo those instructions, I would provide some clarity, and I'm ad-libbing a little bit, right? You said make sure that I say write the 26 letters of the alphabet, correct? And make sure it was in uppercase. Is that correct? All right, I like that. Give it up for yourselves. Everybody give it up, give it up, give it up. I love the examples. All right, are you ready for our next example of play to fail? Are you ready for our next example of play to fail? Are you ready for our next example of play to fail? Are you ready for our next example of play to fail? All right, so I'm going to ask you to stand, and when you stand, what you will do, basically we'll have two lines. One line, single line of perfectionists and a single line of non-perfectionists. And you are going to walk around the room one time all together. The caveat is that as you walk around the room, it must be heel-toe. Okay? Okay? Some of you are like, what is she talking about? All right, so I'd like my perfectionists to get in a line. I'd like my non-perfectionists to get in a line. And you are going to walk around the room, heel-toe. Hey, I can't play some music. What's an appropriate song that's not bad? I'll see if I can find a song. But in the meantime, if I'm unable to find a song, the perfectionist, you can sing a song of your choice. And my non-perfectionist, you could sing a song of your choice. All right, are we ready?
Wait. I got a question. So when you say hold, you mean so we go that way? Okay.
I didn't say that. So confusing. I like this feedback. So I'm going to count to 3. And so my perfectionist, you can begin your walk. And when I count to 3, my non-perfectionist, you can begin your walk. Is that all right? There was a request for me to repeat the instructions. And so wait a minute, what group are you guys in? Okay, do you classify yourself as a perfectionist or a non-perfectionist? Perfectionist. Okay, so you guys be perfectionists for this exercise, all of you, okay? All right, anybody else that wants to join? All right, so the instructions were to get in your respective single file line for your group, and you're gonna walk the room, and you have to be heel-toe. What did I say, walk the room? Did I say walk around? Walk around, okay, thank you. Walk around the room. All right, you may begin, 1, 2, 3. You have to go heel-toe. Do my non-perfectionists want to sing a song? Did you go around? Or if you follow the instructions, you can stop. So the question was, when can you stop? You can stop once you follow the instructions. All the instructions. You can stop once you followed the instructions.
Perfectionists look a little confused.
Let's give it up. 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 Some of you are like, I don't know if I did it right. Who feels uncomfortable like they need to continue? Yeah. Okay, my non-perfectionists are like, we're done, right? We're done? Okay. Let's share some observations from that quick exercise. What did we notice?
Don't be talking about us.
The non-perfectionists, they kind of didn't really think about what you were saying. They just kind of did it. We're like, okay, well, it has to be a certain way. We were literally the whole time just figuring out, like, what song are we going to sing, what to do, like, how we're going to walk. Like, we were just trying to figure out to make it perfect instead of just, like, doing it.
Yes, good observation. Give it up, give it up, give it up, give it up. We have another observation?
So one of the observation from the non-perfectionist group, we would like to think out of the box and not try to follow the instruction, because massive changes or revolutionary changes happen because of the people who thought out of the box. So that's what is our ideology. Thank you.
Absolutely. Give it up, 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 give it up. Can we?
Can I change my group?
You're not. You're like, no. I want to be
This
with.
bunch ain't right.
Very interesting perspective, which often does happen in teams, right? Okay. So, do you mind if we play one more game before we get into the content? We good? Okay, great. All right. So, I'm going to ask my perfectionist group to rally around those two tables. So the other one is 10, and then this other one. So if I can have you rally around those two tables, all my perfectionists. So I'm having you get a little closer, right? So rally around those two tables, we're getting closer. So my non-perfectionists, so it looks like I may need 2.5 tables for you guys, right? So if I could have you here and there for my non-perfectionists for this next little game. Okay? So you could get closer, you know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, that's good, yeah. Pull chair in, all that good stuff. I love it. This is exciting. Oh, and my perfectionist, I didn't give you instruction. You can take a chair with you. And you can sit at those two tables really quickly for this exercise. Thank you so much for waiting on the next instruction. Any observations there? Keep it to yourself. I just want you to notice some things, okay? All right, so what I'd like is for each group to have 2 scribes. Each group will have 2 scribes. Each group will have 2 scribes. So my perfectionist group will have 2 scribes. My non-claiming perfectionist group will have 2 scribes. Once you have your scribes, please raise your hand. Ooh, time is flying. Let me hurry up. Do you have 2 scribes? You got 2 scribes? So we got Okay. Okay, so those are my two scribes? Okay, got my two scribes. Do we have two scribes over here? This one. Who's our other scribe? Wait, raise your hand all tall so I know. Okay, got two scribes. I love it. Outstanding. Outstanding. All right. So what I'd like you to do, have you ever played a game called Hangman back in the day? Okay. Okay, and I'm taking you back. Believe me, all of this is going to make sense, and you're going to have some time to do some other stuff, and I'm going to speed up really quickly, okay? Is that okay? Is that okay? Yeah. All right. So if you don't know Hangman, somebody be a helper to the scribe if they don't know what I'm talking about, okay, from the Hangman perspective. And so what I'd like you to do is make a line, because you're gonna guess this word as a team, my non-perfectionist and my perfectionist, okay? Look at them trying to get all the instructions straight. It's so interesting. Okay, I love this because this is real life. All right, and so I'd like you in your hangman game. In your hangman game, I'd like you to make space for 8 letters. One word, thank you. One word, 8 letters. One word, 8 letters. One word, 8 letters. One word, 8 letters. Okay. So I came from our house. We might have played a little bit different, and who knows, my brain might be a little bit foggy, but this is how we're going to play it. It's almost like when you play spades, somebody gives different rules. This is how we're going to play hangman today. Everybody with me? So the way we're going to play today, the abbreviated version, is I'm going to allow the perfectionists to guess a letter, and then if that letter is not correct, then they will, draw the beginnings of, the man, and then we'll see who gets the hangman first, okay? After they go, then my non-perfectionist, you'll be able to guess the letter, okay? We're on the same page? And so understand that this is not our ending activity, because I got a lot of content. So that's what we're going to do. All right, is that all right? Okay. So that means you have to communicate with one another. And then we need a scribe will be like our spokesperson to tell us what that letter is that you're going to propose. All right, so for my perfectionist group, understanding that the word has 8 letters, what letter would you like to propose? Which one is it? No, you're one team, so yeah, you're one team, you just have 2 scribes. So you could determine how you do that. E? Yes. So the E is the second letter and the last letter. I told you I was trying to go fast. Yeah, it's the same word, because we got to go fast because we got to get through the content. All right, so over here, a non-perfectionist group, what letter would you like? Yes. That is the 3rd letter. Oh, they said A. Yeah. So after we say the letter and I tell you where the letter goes, you can convene with your team, and then that team that has the floor, they can guess first. So the A goes in the 3rd space and the 5th space. Third and the 5th space. So this team, since they have the floor, they're able, if they want to guess, they have to come together and guess.
Y'all down? Non-perfectionists, we got it.
We want to guess.
We want to. 3rd and 5th, right?
So your scribe has to be 3rd and 5th. So for this team, I need to know who's going to be your spokesperson. Do you want to guess?
No.
You guys got to connect. You guys connect. You guys connect. You guys tell me. I'm not going to tell you. You guys just tell me.
We don't have it.
Did y'all talk to each other? Because you're one team.
Did we guess a letter?
You just guessed the letter. So if you don't have it, if you don't have a guess for the word, then we'll move on.
What letter we get? What letter did we get?
You guys guessed A.
A.
I thought it's our turn to.
Okay, so you got 3 seconds because I got to move on. Do you want to guess a word? 1, 2, 3.
No.
Okay. Over here. Your scribe, you guys have to decide. You have to tell me. P as in Paul? No. So got to draw your draw the head. All right, over here. Oh, was that it?
M as in
No.
make.
Draw your thing.
Oh,
Okay, over here.
I couldn't even get my definition out.
No.
She changing the rules. She changing the rules.
R. R as in Robert. Yes, that is the 4th letter. Did you want to guess before I move on?
Hold on.
1, 2, 3. Okay, so over here, this. wait. Are you?
No, he don't. Hold on. I really don't want to give
You
the
have
mic.
the word?
I don't want to
Okay.
give the perfectionist a mic.
Okay.
Wearable.
Yes!
Boom!
Okay, that was fun. Some of you are like, oh, man. All right. So who said, if I could get everybody's attention, good job, kudos. Who said you couldn't come to a scientific conference and have fun and learn at the same time? Because there are some ahas here. There are some things that we noticed. So all of you already mentioned it in some form or fashion. We noticed that the perfectionists and perfectionists, they stopped being perfectionists all of a sudden. So the perfectionists, in most cases, we were able to observe. It took them a little bit longer from our 3 exercises. Would you agree? Some of you are looking at me like deer in headlights. Would you agree? And if you don't agree, that's okay. But from what we observed from those 3 exercises, is it safe to say that the perfectionists took longer than the non-perfectionists in many cases? Okay. We also observed from the non-perfectionists that sometimes you didn't have all the instructions, but you had enough instructions and you went ahead anyway. Is that fair to say? Okay, so you said, I got enough information, I could keep going. And so one, if I could bring up the exercise in particular, when I told you to get into the one line and follow one another heel toe. And a lot of you look really confused, like, what are we doing, right? What are we doing? And the perfectionists, like, they had to get all in coordination. And they had to make sure they had every single thing, together. And they even had their song, right? The non-perfectionist said, we'll just make it up, but we're at least going to get started. We'll fix it as we go. So give it up for yourselves really quickly. There is a purpose to this. There is a purpose to all of this. You may have heard, hopefully you have heard the term fail fast, right? Fail fast. And when we started today's session, I said, you're going to fail fast. And many of you looked at me like I was crazy. You looked at me like, Lakeisha Greenway, do you know that I am excellence embodied in your presence? That's how you looked at me. I do not fail. I do not fail. But what I want to share with you today is that it's okay to fail fast. I'm going to ask somebody, it doesn't matter which group that you're from, to give me an example, and go ahead and use Google if you need to, of a successful company that used the concept of failing fast. Give me an example. Okay, yes. Amazon. Oh, yes. Okay, tell me more. Tell me more. Tell me more. Give it up, give it up, give it up, give it up for her. Give it up, give it up. Amazon. And how did Amazon fail fast? And this could be a group answer for this non-perfectionist group, right? So you can all chime in. How did Amazon fail fast? Google is your friend. Yes. 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 Give it up for the scholar in the back. How many of you have Amazon Prime? If you don't, I got a link where you can get it for free. Just make sure you subscribe to my mailing list. I'll give you the QR code for that because I got the hookup because I'm an Amazon influencer. But anyway, so have you ever placed an order with Amazon and did not get your package when you were supposed to get it? Okay, all right. So then, how did Amazon fix it when your package did not come when it was supposed to? They refunded your money. They gave you point system. What else? They ask you if you have another option or if you want another option. They offer you free stuff. Do they offer you a free thing of Prime for a missed package? Oh, wow, that's amazing. Okay, so they have free stuff. So in order to obtain those free things, what has to happen? They have to mess up, either them or the person on their team or in their supplier system, right? What else? Accept the failure, yes. Respond accordingly. And how do you respond accordingly? You have to have action steps, right? So what action did they take to make sure that they could respond accordingly? What action did they take so that they could respond accordingly? Offering incentives, but how did they do that? They have to be willing to fix it, but how did they do that? They have online chatting, so they have mechanisms for you to communicate, right? So they have mechanisms for you to communicate via the chat bot. How else can you communicate with them? Telephone, email, etc., right? So what we saw from that Amazon example is that they're like, okay, it's okay if we fail, but we've got some things in place so that we can recover, but then also document the process and get a little bit better. Is that right? All right. So give it up for yourselves with that one really quickly. So how does this relate to what it is that you're doing, not only this weekend, but in the future with your research or whatnot? Basically, you're developing ideas, and I love being around people that like to develop ideas. And then ultimately what you're going to do is test those ideas, okay? And so as you are testing those ideas, you get feedback. So if you notice from our very first exercise, some of you gave me some feedback based off of the instructions I provided. Is that right? Right? And then I had to readdress the instructions that I provided. Did you see that happen? Because we had feedback. So I was nimble and agile enough where I can hear you and then reapply the instructions so you can move forward in the exercise. Did that happen? All right, stay with me before I have you stand up. So then ultimately, what you're going to do when you have ideas, and as you are putting a concept together, trying to determine a solution to a problem, ultimately you're going to look and you're going to have what we call an MVP. Have you heard of the term MVP? It's on the screen. Have you heard of the term MVP? All right, got it. All right. And then so ultimately, once you have that specific prototype, if we could call it that for right now, or your MVP, then that's something you can say, all right, we are going to use this and take the market and adapt it as necessary. Is that fair? Did I say any lies? Did I say any lies? All right, how much time do I have? Oh, yes, I love it. I love it. So did we only do one exercise? We did 3 exercises, right? And so basically, you were in brand new teams, brand new environments, and you had to learn to work together really quickly. And we had more than one exercise, we had 3. Is that right? So would you say that you had a team? Would you say you had a team? What do you characterize as having a team? Say it some more. People working together. How else did you know you were on a team? Say it again. You were sharing ideas, grouping. How else did you know you were on a team? Working towards a comparable goal. You guys are brilliant. Guys and gals are brilliant. Okay, I love it. All right, so then ultimately, I think we saw this a little bit more with our perfectionist folks. What I saw, and you can tell me if this is not right, what I saw is that after you were given instruction and you knew you had a task, there was some communication as to how you were going to get to that end result. Is that right? So you had to determine, well, and ultimately I kind of spoon-fed you too, you had to determine who's going to be our spokesperson, who's going to be that one that speaks for us, right? So that way we know when it's time to go. What else did you have to determine in your team, in those 3 exercises? How you were going to go about it, right? Did you give instruction as to how to walk heel toe? Okay, some of you did. Some of you are like, no, I didn't listen. I just knew we were walking heel toe. But some of you said, no, I'm going to show you exactly what heel toe means to me. Whereas what we saw in our non-perfectionist group, they said, this is heel toe. Right? They were like, the non-perfectionist group, let's just get this done. And then we'll see in the end if it works, right? All right, so that's good there. All right, so are you ready for another challenge? It's a little bit serious. I took you back to grade school. Remember, I referenced kindergarten through 4th grade. We went through all those exercises. Now I'm going to bring you up into the mature adult that you are today. And I'm going to challenge you to develop something in the next 10 minutes amongst your group. I'm going to challenge you, I'm repeating myself, I'm going to challenge you to develop something in the next 10 minutes amongst your group. Okay? After I give you the specific assignment, we're going to have some time to assess what you came up with. Okay? Now, mind you, we only have 10 minutes. I cannot go beyond 10 minutes because there's something else to this exercise, okay? I want to make sure you get it all. So, being the responsible and phenomenal, educated folks that you are, my perfectionists as well as my non-perfectionists, you are STEM role models. So, amongst yourselves, I would like for you to come up with an idea to, I hope I can say this, make STEM sexy for the youth, okay? As for some of you that might be saying, she is too out there. I want you to make STEM appealing for the youth in K through 12, okay? So your objective in the next 10 minutes is to come up with an idea to make STEM appealing or otherwise sexy to those in K through 12. You have 10 minutes beginning now. It's 3:04. Yeah, you're one group. So we got one group, the perfectionist group, and our other group here, which is a non-perfectionist group. You have to come up with an idea, and you have 10 minutes to present it. 3 minutes have passed. Good job with your answer. You are the bomb. I love it. Make sure you communicate with the team and share your ideas. So you're on that team, so you want to share your idea with the team, okay? No, you're all one team. Yep, you're all one team. Yeah. Well, you want to share your perspective, right? What grade are you in? What grade is she in? I love it. I love this exercise. You have a little under 6 minutes. Please make sure you have a spokesperson for your group. I am so glad she's here because she's driving my point. She's driving. No, seriously, she's driving my point. She's wait till I explain it when we come. Yes, she did. She's brilliant. She's brilliant. And this is a perfect example. She's the only person in here K through 12. Nobody went to her directly to ask. It took a while. So that's one of the key things in this discovery process of failing fast. You want to come up here with me? Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Do you want to come up here with me though and have a seat? Okay, come up here. Come up here with me. I know, I know. I'm so glad you're here because you're part of my example. All right, we have 4 minutes, a little under 4 minutes. And I hope you stay until the end because there's some aha moments to come, okay? Everything that we're doing has a purpose, has a meaning. You have under 3 minutes before, and I hope you have your spokesperson ready to report out. No, no, no. Just be ready. So you have a little over 2 minutes. right, you have a minute and a half. I hope that you have your spokesperson. And so there was a question. They said, do you want us to come up when, and I said, no, not yet. However, in 30 seconds, I'll say 45 seconds, if I could have the spokesperson come to the front. Yeah, and you can stay right here. Thank you so much. And what school are you from? Tuskegee, yes. What school are you from? Lincoln. I love it. All right, are we ready? Let's give it up for one another, please. Give it up, give it up, give it up, give it up. I hope you know you are not done. Because let me just tell you all something really quickly. You failed. You failed. I know. But I had to tell you ahead of time because we gotta fast forward this, right? No, you didn't. Okay. You didn't fail. But anyway, so I had to fast forward, but I want you to share. And then we're going to go back to the drawing board really quickly. Some of you are like, how can she say we failed and we didn't even announce what we did? I was observing. All right, so my non-perfectionist, why don't you share? Oh, and do we? Okay, share. Can you talk real loud? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so for the non-perfectionist group, we decided that to make STEM more appealing for the K through 12 group, that we would use like things like video games, for example, things like Roblox and Minecraft, because they encourage problem-solving skills. And so because of this, it encourages mathematics, engineering, things like that. And in result of that, you can earn badges, which makes kids want to do it more, obviously, because there's a reward. But also with the reward comes a learning experience as well.
Okay, give it up for him. Pardon me. All right, my perfectionist group, if you can explain your concept.
So for the perfectionist group, we created, or not really created, but came up with the idea of using VR as a way to make it appealing to kids. An example would be like a VR math game where they see a problem and the answer is like zooming around in the sky and they have to shoot it down. So yeah.
Very cool concept. I love it all. I love it all. Can I love it even though I told you that you failed? Did some of you feel like your ego was hurt because I told you immediately that you failed? No? Okay, well, let's think about it this way. How could I tell you you failed without you even coming up and telling me the whole concept? Huh? I can't? I can. Because, okay, so there's going to be a shift in mindset that occurs as you go through this process, right? And a part of that is going to have to be where you allow yourself to fail and not have it all together, okay? One of the other key reasons I said you failed immediately is that you have someone right here that's in K through 12. I don't know how long it took for any of you. It took a while for you to even acknowledge, and this group, they got her input, but none of you immediately asked her. The program is for people in her age group. The example is right here in the room. None of you said, let's go ask. Let's go ask the person we're creating this for. Let's go ask the person we're creating this for. That's why I said you failed. And that's a component of design thinking. This is where a lot of companies get it wrong. This is where a lot of startups get it wrong. How do you know it's going to work? If you don't ask your customer or the end user their thoughts, or if you don't inquire about their experiences, you're designing something for you or something that you think is going to work and something that's not proven and where you don't have direct feedback. Did I give you an aha? I told you could come to a scientific conference and have fun and still learn, right? I'm just a little different. All right, so let me give you an example. Would you like that? So when I started Wearable Tech Ventures, do you guys know the story of how I started it? I didn't share that this time. I actually started it as a result of the murder of Freddie Gray in Baltimore. And so in the time I was working in Baltimore, corporate America, but I volunteered a lot in the community, and I saw a lot of talent there. I understood at the time that Baltimore originally was the fashion capital before New York even was. And unfortunately, during the murder of Freddie Gray, there was a lot of negative media attention, and it was not showing everything that was happening in the city. And I knew a lot of talented people. I knew a lot of the fashion artists or whatever. And I said, you know what, let me put a light on the genius that's in this city. Because the last thing I want, even though I'm not from Baltimore, I said, I have a responsibility, being in this community, to make sure that these people are represented properly and that their genius is seen. So at the time, tech had not come into Baltimore, and we helped to develop the Baltimore tech ecosystem. And I said, you know what, and it was a God-inspired idea. I said, what would happen if we put fashion and tech together? Then I went to New York and randomly met, thank you, I love it. And I'm gonna have you work on the next thing. So I went to New York and randomly met Beyonce's fashion director, designer at the time, Ty Hunter. And then I self-funded the whole initiative to start up Maryland's first fashion tech, wearable tech expo. Let me tell you something. There's a reason I have this right here. It's not just because she wants us to buy her book. No, because I tell a story. I self-funded this idea. Nobody knew who I was. I was the only employee living in the state. It was successful that it went off and it had celebrities and stuff there, but overall from ticket sales, it wasn't. I lost all my money, I lost all my money. Can you imagine investing your money and then not making it back? That's what typically happens a lot of times with startups, right? So VCs, angel investors, they know that there's going to be a failure rate. They know there's going to be a failure rate, but they also know that if you're coachable and able to learn, you could get back into the pen, play again, and make something profitable. Because what did I tell you at the beginning? I got representation in 4 continents now. But I failed from a perspective of numbers with my first iteration. The other interesting thing is that there was an organization in the state of Maryland. They got funding from the state that copied my idea. Got funding from the state, and then they said that they were the first organization to do what I had done. But I already had the footage. I had the footage to show that I had already done it. As you go along your journey, you might encounter something very, very similar. You might come up with a great idea. You might go to the marketplace and see what might work. You might get some funding, and it may not work out exactly like you want it to work. Know that it's okay to fail as long as you do it fast and you get back up and start again, okay? Everybody understand that? All right, can we move on to one more thing before we close? Because I got about 10 minutes. Are we all right here? Has anybody ever invested their own money into something? Has anybody invested over $1,000? Okay. Has anyone invested over $5,000? Has anybody invested over $7,500? Has anybody invested over $10,000? All right, let's just even say $5, okay? So let's say you were to put 5 on something, and that's your last 5. You don't know when it's going to come back, right? You don't know when you're going to get $5 again. So if you got some money, go ahead and put it on the table. It's yours. I'm not going to take it, I promise. But just as a visual for yourself, go ahead and put that money on the table. And then imagine you don't get that back. You don't get that back. Your goal as an innovator is not only to come up with phenomenal ideas. Your goal is to determine how can you flip that money. If I could go to Atlanta, who's in the Georgia area? Anybody know? Okay, like to visit Atlanta? Okay, kind of. Yeah. All right. So if I could take it to cultural terms, how are you going to flip that? Okay. How are you going to flip that into something greater? How long is it going to take you to flip that $5 into something that's profitable? That's the mindset you have to have. We are no longer in a space where it's great for people to have just ideas. There are too many organizations now coming up. There's too many dime a dozen, but not all of them are quality, like we are here at AAAS, that are encouraging ideas. But they're not encouraging the process of developing those ideas and making sure that you get a return. What's going to make you stand out from anybody else in the world is coming up with a unique idea that solves a problem, talking to the right people, so that you can fail fast and develop some iterations and find a way to not only get some investment into that, but then to make sure that there's some ROI on that investment. In the next 3 minutes amongst your group, I want you to come up with a plan to find an investor or investors for your idea. You got 3 minutes, go. So, why don't you, do you have any ideas of how they could pay for their ideas? Okay, why don't you go share your ideas with them and then come back up here. Okay, you got 30 seconds, though. 30 seconds for there and here. Two minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Sometimes there's a crunch in the world and you don't have a lot of time, but you have to find some funding. One minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. You have 1 minute to find some funding for your idea. 1 minute. Once you have your spokesperson, once you have your idea, I would like each team to have their spokesperson to come up to the front. Okay, if we can have your spokesperson come on up to the front. If we can have your spokesperson come on up to the front. If we can have your spokesperson come on up to the front, because you don't have a lot of time, because you have to identify your funder. You have to identify your funder, and hopefully you got some next steps. Do we have, come on, perfectionists. Come on, perfectionists. Come on, perfectionists. Feel the pressure. Come on, perfectionists. We need a spokesperson. Come on, we need a spokesperson. We need a spokesperson. We need a spokesperson. Come on up, come on up, come on up. Okay, it's been almost an hour and a half. Can you give it up? Give some love, give some love. Let's shift the energy in the room. Okay, so before we go, I'm going to give them 1 minute. Can I get everybody's attention? Because this is important. You are going to experience this. And I just gave you a crash course to be successful. Come on, perfectionists. Perfectionists. Can I have your attention, perfectionists? Thank you. Because we only got a couple more minutes, right? So do you notice that I asked you to get funding and it was crunch time towards the end? This is typically what happens in real life. Sometimes you've made some investment, you lost some, or you need some more, and you don't have a lot of time. You got to make magic happen. I need to know, what did your group come up with?
We came up with Google, Microsoft, Apple, and like schools, like public schools, and asking like parents.
Okay, so you're going to go to Google headquarters. Yeah. Okay, so you guys said the headquarters. So let me tell you, it's not a wrong answer, but I'm telling you, you failed, right? And it's okay to fail, right? Didn't I say it's okay to fail? So the reason, why do you think I said you guys failed? Oh, and I saw some of your faces. You were like, oh no, she told me I failed. Why did I say you failed? Say what?
We don't really have a plan. We just said we would go there.
You like had a shot in the dark, like, woo, I'm gonna go to Google, did it. Like Lakeisha did it. She got some of those companies, right? I started this in 2015. I didn't get my first corporate backing until 2019. And even then, it wasn't everything that I needed, so I had to come with some other stuff until I got it together. So, considering that, and this is important if you want to be successful, I hope you hear me now. It's okay to shoot for those larger organizations, but sometimes they have pathways. It's up to you to study and understand what programs they have available, okay? So that you can get to that funding that you need. Congratulations, you failed. Okay, what about you?
Hello, everyone. So based off of the previous experience that we had, one of the first things that I and my colleague wanted to do were go to some of the curators of this event who have worked in the industry and work in these positions. And in our very brief conversation, here are some of the highlights that I took from it. For one, intentionality. Determine what your product and or service is. Check out who you know that is already funded. Look at how they went about their funding. Check your friends. If they're friends of the people that you know that are funded, work your network essentially. And then finally, cold call, email. Go back to the basics. You use what you have.
Good job, good job. Even though you failed, good job. Give it up for everybody. Give it up for everybody. And I say that in jest, but honestly, these were, for both teams, very good ideas. It's just that it takes different stages. So before you even start, with it, before you get into that mode of panic, you should have already had a plan and some funding identified. You could none of you really mentioned even your professors or your school. Not yet, because I got finished. But none of you mentioned your professors. Some of you did say some of the organizers, which is good, right? So what you want to make sure is that the other key thing is that you've established some relationships. Make sure that those relationships are warm so that you can phone a friend, because you are going to need a friend, because this journey, although it can be amazing and it can be lucrative, I'm here to tell you sometimes it can be lonely and it can be very hard. So remember I said at the very beginning, you do not want to be the smartest person in the room. Do you remember I said that? Remember I told you that everything I do in this session has a purpose? If you make sure that you are not the smartest person in the room, it will make your life a whole lot easier during the failing process. Did it click? Did it click? Did it click? All right, I know I'm not traditional, but let me just go through these slides. I think you're going to get a copy, right? But anyway, this kind of goes through some of the processes of failing fast. It's in my other new book, The Audacity to Ask. But basically, if we had more time, you would have had a little bit more time to evaluate your next move, and then you would have had some data. So we didn't have enough time to gather data. But data is another important component, especially if you are approaching folks that can help you with money. And a key component of that data is data feedback from the person that you're trying to serve. Everybody got that? Click, click. All right, pull out your smartphones, please. Oh, question? Okay. So then I got 1 minute, and forgive me for going over, but grab your phone, grab your phone, grab your phone. So ultimately, another key thing in this process, and it's going to hurt, and I saw some of your faces frown when I said you failed. You looked at me like, how could she tell me I failed? I'm brilliant. But the important thing is as you iterate your ideas, you have to determine what it is that you need to fix throughout this process. And what many people forget is that you have to continuously grow yourself simultaneously while growing and initiating your idea. So your personal and professional development is critical, because as you grow you become more attractive to those things that you want. And ultimately you become a magnet if you continue to grow yourself, okay? All right, so I made a wearable NFT, not just a regular NFT. I made a wearable NFT a couple of years ago. So that was just to signify back in the day when I made this, signifying from me to we. When I started getting board members, it was so exciting. I encourage you to connect with us at Wearable Tech Ventures. You see that QR code right there. Go ahead and do that. Sign up for the mailing list. We're going to have many opportunities for you to engage in competitions virtually so that you can learn how to develop new teams in a virtual space and fail really, really, really fast. And then also we provide some announcements and education about our particular category, so I think it's absolutely amazing. Also me, that's my website, so you can make sure you click that QR code there, sign up for my mailing list, And I'm going to have all kinds of goodies coming out through the fall into the new year. So I want to stay connected to you. I'm so excited. I really think you're brilliant. And some of your counterparts that have graduated and gone on to greener pastures, I still connect with them and see them on social media. So I hope that you stay connected with me as well via that site. And then I have a podcast, and so we are launching our part 2 of season 1. So there's some amazing people that are featured on that podcast, including some of the professionals that are affiliated with AAAS. So I ask that you subscribe and listen to that podcast as well. All right, last thing, if you like movies, I'm featured in a movie. That's it, Something Bigger. It's a documentary about black women in STEM, so it's some heavy hitters that's associated with that. And there might be your mentor or some of those contacts from those companies featured in that same documentary and film. That's all I have, folks. Thank you so much for being amazing. I appreciate you for stepping outside of your comfort zone, letting me be non-traditional. Was this all right?
Can I say something?
Was this all right? Was this all right? You got to tell me, was it all right?
Kind of. I'm just confused why people didn't read what I literally threw in their face.
Oh, I know, right?
I just threw it in your face.
So, listen, a child shall lead you. So make sure we listen to the children. Yes, so tell them a child shall lead them. All right, let's give it up for yourselves. Thank you, folks.
What do you think this says? Look at this and what do you think this says? What do you think this
Thank you. Let's give another round of applause for Lakeisha. She was amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you for getting us moving, working off the calories we just ate for lunch. Lakeisha, real quick, as you are completing your surveys, because surveys are so critical for the data that we'd like to collect, could you explain, because some of us in the room, I won't mention any names, can you explain in layman's terms what an NFT is?
Non-fungible token. So basically it's powered by blockchain. And so you might have heard those terms before. You might have also heard the term of Web3, right? Does anybody, let me ask a question so I can answer. And I do a lot of panels on this. I'm probably doing one at South by Southwest. I'm actually doing one next week too for Black Chamber of Commerce. But anyway, so does anybody know the difference between Web 2 and Web 3? Does anybody know the difference between Web 2 and Web 3? What's the difference? Yes, so, okay, so let me put that in layman's term, right? So basically what I heard you say is Web 2 allows us to collaborate and communicate, right? And Web 3 is powered by blockchain. What that means, ultimately, street terms, you can make money a lot easier. You can make money decentralized. So you're gonna see a lot of programs, and I think that's why there was an emphasis here as well on a social media platform. There's going to be a lot more creator programs, influencer programs, and it's important that you position yourself accordingly because you're that voice of STEM, right? You're that voice of the future. But you can also get paid by doing it. So do you know a YouTube creator? You hear about YouTube millionaires? And people are like, oh my gosh, I want to be a YouTuber, right? Maybe so. So the thing here, the difference between specifically, and I'll get to the other question, but I had to make sure I go back. The difference between Web 2 allowed us to communicate, hence Facebook. Oh, I can connect, I can see your pictures, I can see your photos. Web 3 allows you to monetize a lot easier. Ultimately, that's the basic platform. What Web 3 also does is it incorporates the blockchain and the decentralization. So what that means is there's a way that your money can move in different markets without being in a traditional bank, okay? So it opens up the floodgate. So that's why there's so much policy. That's why there's so much attention all of a sudden on crypto. Because they said, you know what? These people that didn't have anything were all of a sudden becoming millionaires in the middle of a pandemic. And a lot of them were black and brown people. And then all of a sudden, Wall Street said, oh, let's get into this. And I got to say, I'm a fan of Warren Buffett, but I totally disagree with him as related to crypto. Did you know that you can build your own bank with crypto? I built my own bank, and I make money every week. Nope. But I make money every week just off of my own crypto. I borrowed from my own crypto, and I was scheduled to go to South Africa for vacation last year, but then Omicron happened. So some of you are like, what? Is that serious? So I'm not saying that to promote it. What I'm saying is that it opens the opportunity and the floodgates. And so that's why there's been a shift in the market, and that takes a whole other class for me to explain all that. That's why there's been such a shift, and all of a sudden there's a dip, and all these other naysayers are coming in, but eventually it's gonna go back up. But ultimately, it just opens the opportunities for wealth. And that's why you're gonna hear a lot more voices, especially underrepresented voices, making sure that we're educated about blockchain, opportunities in Web3, decentralization or whatnot, because it totally takes away that traditional pipeline. Did that help? All right, thanks.
Thank you so much, Lakeisha. So we're going to ask our final presenters of the day, Dorothy. She'll be moderating the session. If you can come up. And we're going to get started. As soon as they come up, we're going to go ahead and get started because we want to be mindful of time of our presenters and of you all being able to do your final pitch practice this afternoon. Is it yours? It's not? Okay.
What do you think this says?
Up here already has it up. Okay. I just did, but he has mine, so I think he's running that more. So maybe
Do you want to?
she can put it on here. That's fine.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. I gave it to him, but I didn't realize he was going to automatically just start it. So maybe just let's give it.
I was going to say, let's just keep it all consistent and give it to him.
Okay.
And then we can
Okay. Yeah.
Do you need 2 handheld mics? What would be good for you? Okay. And we'll give you the full time. Yep. I know the last pieces.
No, it's fine. All right, you're going to be up first, and you can use this clicker, but I'll introduce people. All right, everyone. How's everybody doing? Everyone still awake? Yes? Okay, good. All right, I think some people went to the bathroom perhaps, so we'll give folks like maybe a minute or two before we start. Oh, you're so nice. Thank you. Okay, yes. Okay, it sounds like everyone's kind of settled down. So we're here to talk a little bit about career paths. So we have 3, including myself, presenters today to tell you about their different career journeys. We'll also have time, so I'm going to, just introduce each of them. They're going to tell their career journeys. And then we'll move into sort of a question and answer where you can ask general questions, but then we're going to go and we're going to sit down with y'all and sit in groups, and you'll have to come over to us, and you can talk to us. So we'll have some more interactive opportunity for you if you have a question and maybe you don't want to ask it in front of everybody. We understand that. Or if you want to learn a little bit more about one particular person's career path, that is great. It is rare that you have a panel of 3 black women, so I am honored to be on a panel with 3 black women. I can only count, maybe it's happened once before. We did, just for the gentleman in the room, we did originally have a male on the panel. Unfortunately, he fell ill, and so he's not able to join us, so we were not gendered specific here, but it is one of those things where when it happens, I'm super excited. So thank you to the lovely women that are joining me on this panel. So I'm going to start with, to my left over here is Deirdre Roberson. Roberson. I said it right the first time. I'm so proud of myself. Okay. Deirdre Roberson is a born and raised Detroiter. She attended Xavier in New Orleans, Louisiana. Do we have anyone from Xavier? I don't think we have anyone from Xavier. We don't have anyone from Xavier. So she has her Bachelor's of Science in Chemistry and a minor in Biology, and the University of Detroit Mercy, and she got her master's degree in chemistry. She is a designer and chemist, and she is the founder and CEO of EUMelanin, a fashion brand that infuses science by using the chemical structure and pigments of melanin as the focal point in clothing and jewelry design. EUMelanin was created to celebrate and empower Black and brown people globally, address issues of colorism, challenge the status quo of beauty, and encourage all skin tones to be celebrated as beautiful. She is also the co-founder and co-CEO of the Lab Drawer, an EdTech STEAM, which is Science, Technology, Engineering, Arts, and Mathematics, which I think you guys know that, company that provides STEAM education to underserved youth globally. And I just think the Lab Drawer is such a cool name for an organization, so I'm very excited about that. But without further ado, I'd like to turn it over to Deirdre.
So, hi everyone. I'm just going to jump right into my story, and then we'll take it from there. So, my love for chemistry started when I was in high school. I had one of the best chemistry teachers ever, Mr. Babosky. For me, it was the way he taught the material. I immediately gravitated to the subject. He made it accessible and a lot of fun. I didn't know it then, but a love for chemistry would propel me for the rest of my life and become an important part of the foundation that continues to drive the work that I do today. I attended Cass Technical High School in Detroit, Michigan, and at my high school, students were required to choose a major, and I was biochem. That track had me taking honors chemistry sophomore year and organic chemistry by junior year. Before junior year, I had to talk with my counselor about colleges and potential career paths. At that time, I wanted to be a doctor. I considered a few different schools in my home state and around the country, but it was actually my counselor who first told me about Xavier University of Louisiana. I will never forget how she told me that Xavier was the #1 school in the country for producing Black doctors. I was amazed and inspired. At that moment, I knew that was the school I wanted to attend and that nothing would stop me. I was always very independent as a child, and the road to getting to Xavier was no different. I took my exams, wrote essays, and submitted many scholarship applications without any assistance. I even had to complete my financial aid myself and had my mom just sign off on docs. Despite all of this, I wasn't discouraged. I was determined to get to Xavier. After I was admitted, we drove down from Detroit over 15 hours to move me into my dorm. Good old KD. Now, it's worth mentioning that this was the first time I had actually stepped foot on campus. I knew nothing about New Orleans, its rich history and culture. All I knew is that Xavier was in New Orleans, so I was going to New Orleans. As you can imagine, the city was a culture shock for a girl born and raised in Detroit. In Detroit, we talk fast, we move fast, and most summers only last a good 2 months. So we don't really do humidity. For the first month, honestly probably 2 months, I had to make some adjustments. But that was the start of my new journey, and it wasn't long before the city captured my heart. I fell in love with New Orleans and its people, the food, the weather, the soul. It quickly became my home, and it was the perfect setting for what my experience at Xavier would be. Getting to Xavier and doing well once I got there were two different things. One of the early lessons for me was that Xavier forced me to learn a lot about myself, to know and understand who I am, and I had to be very honest with myself in that process. For example, I had to get clarity on my learning style, what came easy to me versus what was difficult for me, and when I needed to ask for help. I made friends in the math lab that tutored me to help me make it through calculus, and I sat outside of Dr. Akundi's office for hours just to pass those 2-hour physics exams. Being honest with myself is what helped me to create an environment that would give me a chance to do well. Another reality I had to face was I did not have tuition fully covered. So I had to work at least 20 hours a week to help pay for my school all the way from sophomore through senior year. Although working and going to school was difficult, it showed me that I was capable of doing hard things. Xavier showed me that what I was really made of and prepared me to do whatever I wanted to do moving forward. The hard times were made easier by the community that Xavier provided. I made lifelong friends, sorority sisters, I made mistakes, all while being submerged in a rich culture and receiving some of the best education this country has to offer. It taught me how important community and your environment is when things get tough. because at some point it will. Xavier in New Orleans opened my eyes to how beautiful, diverse, and multidimensional we are as Black people. That forever changed me and has stayed with me till this day. After graduating from Xavier, I attended grad school, receiving a master's in chemistry from the University of Detroit Mercy. My goal coming out of grad school was to find work that married all of the things that were most important to me. I wish I could tell you that it happened immediately, but it didn't. I had to make a few stops on the way, but one of the most important lessons I learned during that time was to get the most out of every opportunity, even the ones that are less than ideal. My first job after graduating was for a testing facility in Detroit that had a contract with one of the largest employers in the state of Michigan, MGM Grand Casinos. I was the youngest person at the company and oversaw testing procedures for thousands of people. What would end up being the most important part of that job is that it was founded and run by a woman for over 20 years. That would be my first introduction to the possibilities of entrepreneurship. So following that experience, I was ready to take over the world as the founder and CEO, right? Wrong. There were still more important steps to take along the way. After that role, I worked for the City of Detroit Health Department, where I oversaw the health and safety of thousands of people through the city's restaurants, schools, and facilities. This expanded my impact significantly in a general sense. But even more important, I was that much closer to having a direct impact on the lives of Detroiters, who I love dearly. What I did not expect was for this role to provide me even more fuel on my path to entrepreneurship. Every single day, I got to work with entrepreneurs all across the city. Some were first-time businessmen and women. Others were second, third, fourth generation operators of long-standing family businesses. This was a huge source of inspiration for me. Of course, there was people doing that work at a very high level, but just as impactful were the people who were far from the most qualified. But they were still getting it done. Every day was a constant reminder that if they could do it, I could too. My time there helped convince me that entrepreneurship was a path that really could work for me. When I finally thought I was ready, the key question for me was, how do I pursue entrepreneurship in a way that is authentic to my experiences, my passions, and my long-term goals? My first endeavor, which I started with another Xavier alum, was Motor City STEAM Foundation. Motor City STEAM Foundation was to provide students with Detroit with adequate STEM education, but to do so in a way that prioritized art as a crucial element of well-rounded learners. This was important to me because I'm from Detroit, and I know that the school system was not meeting the needs of our students, and I wanted to do my part to help. Can someone click the next slide? Oh. It's just the next button, right? Yeah, if somebody could just change it, that'll work as well. So I'm going to go ahead and continue on. Today, Motor City STEAM has become Motor City STEAM Foundation. It's a 501c3 nonprofit that continues with our initial mission. However, we created a separate for-profit company that develops STEAM kits so that children anywhere in the world have access to these learning tools. Creating the nonprofit in my first for-profit entity gave me a skill set and an understanding of how to create a mission-based company that also serves and impacts the community. Through the evolution, I created EUMelanin, which is a fashion brand that seeks to change how the world views people with dark skin by celebrating beauty in all shades. Next slide, please. Oh, I got it. What started out as a moment of creative inspiration, the chemical structure of melanin, which I own the trademark to in the US and around the world, has grown to a full multiple employee operation with sales across 42 states and 5 countries. We are also expanding into our leather goods that we just released. But most importantly, we strive every day to change the narrative about who has the right to see themselves as beautiful. To date, my first company, The Lab Drawer, has shipped out over 20,000 kits to children all over the world, with 85% of those students being Black. In 2021, EUMelanin was featured in a national MasterCard commercial that aired over 20 major networks and aired during the 2021 Grammys. And now we're just getting started. What I hope to express to you all today is that everything you do matters. How you do it matters, and the reason why you do it matters. But the idea isn't something that should cripple you or make you afraid to act. Just the opposite. It should liberate you and give you the courage to try new things, because you never know exactly which lesson each experience may bring that will propel you closer to your goals. Be open, be intentional, be determined, and be courageous. And I leave you with a quote from one of my own personal heroes, who also happens to be a Detroit girl, Dr. Betty Shabazz. I wish you power that equals your intelligence and strength. I wish you success that equals your talent and determination. And I wish you faith. Thank you.
Oh, there, perfect. Okay, so you see there Deirdre's contact information. Thank you. Oh, wow, that's really beautiful. That's a beautiful picture of you, by the way. Okay, so our next speaker, so I would like everyone to just remember your questions. You can write them down. We will have question and answer at the end after all three of us have presented, and then we'll go into sort of deeper sessions. Does anyone, though, I guess I should ask, does anyone have a burning question where it's like, oh my gosh, I can't hold on to this? Everyone's good? Okay, so let's introduce our second speaker. So our second speaker is Aisha Laurie. Am I saying your last name right? Okay, I just want to make sure I'm pronouncing everybody's name right. And she is a STEM advocate with 25 years of experience on her journey. She has worked in industry, government, nonprofits, and education, and she knows how to engage many different stakeholders at all levels. Her focus is on increasing the number of women and minorities in engineering. Aisha currently works for AWS, which is Amazon Web Services, in training and certification as the head of global education programs for cloud career training programs. She covers, I think it's America, well, I don't know what the acronym stands for. EMEA? Okay, and APJ, which I'm assuming are different sectors of the world? Yeah. So she said, she basically controls the world, okay? Her role represents all 5 of the education programs spanning K-12, higher ed, and professional reskilling, skilling, and upskilling learners. Her goal is to show multiple pathways to learners that lead to professionals joining the cloud workforce. And if you guys, I don't know if you've seen that commercial for AWS, and it says basically everything we do is powered on AWS. It kind of is true. So she really does kind of run the world. Aisha obtained her Master of Public Policy and Administration from Rutgers University and a Bachelor of Engineering degree in electrical engineering from Stevens Institute of Technology. She's a New Jersey native, but she now resides in Maryland with her husband and 15-year-old boy-girl twins. She's just a little busy. All right, without further ado, I welcome Aisha.
Thank you so much for having me. This is a wonderful opportunity. So I'll just start off by telling you just a little bit more about myself. I love to show pictures. This is my crazy life. So I'm a mom. My husband and I have been married for 21 years. We met in college. He's a computer engineer, so we geeked out. We met at the National Society of Black Engineers conference. And if some of you are in NSBE, you know about the NSBE love. Right, so, and as Dorothy mentioned, we have 15-year-old boy-girl twins who drive us crazy, but I'm counting down. We have 3 years left, and then they gotta go. I told them I brought you home at the same time, so you have to leave at the same time, right? So this is just a collage of my life. I have a dog, and I'm the oldest of 4 girls. I grew up in Newark, New Jersey, which during that time was one of the roughest areas. At the time in the 80s, it was known as the carjacking capital in the country, right? So this is where I grew up. So definitely a lot of stereotypes about products that actually come out of that city. Growing up, neither one of my parents went to college, so I was first gen. as well as, just not really having a lot of representation and seeing role models of minorities, let alone Black women who look like me in the areas of STEM. We didn't even call it STEM at the time, so that didn't even exist. But I had a great teacher who talked to me about engineering. I had not heard of that term at all either. And it wasn't until my junior year of high school where I figured out that I would be an electrical engineer. And it was only because she took me with her to a university. I talked to a professor. I talked to many professors, but the only one that really appealed to me was the professor of electrical engineering. And that's because he actually brought a traffic stoplight for me to see. And he talked to me about how it was programmed, how it worked, and I thought that was so cool, and that's just how I picked my major. He was the only one who actually brought something that I could touch and feel, where he actually showed me how it worked. And the other professors just kind of sound like Charlie Brown. I was sitting there and was like, wah, 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 wah. I have no idea what they're talking about. But so, just thinking about my life, I like to show that, I'm a real person, I'm genuine, I'm busy, but I also love to engage in this area of making sure that there is just awareness to all the opportunities that exist. So these are the education programs that I really represent. So I have 5 teams, and they go from K to 12 all the way up to adults who want to learn more about the cloud. And as Dorothy mentioned, anything that you can think of right now is really powered on AWS, right? And so I worked in industry for a while, and then I decided to leave because even coming out of university, I still did not see the representation that I wanted to. There were not many minorities, there weren't many women, and I definitely felt isolated. So I said I wanted to make a pivot and actually go into education where I could show younger people all of these opportunities. And I worked in nonprofit for a while, and I said, I'm never going to industry. They don't get it, they don't understand. And actually, AWS reached out to me on LinkedIn. So I've been with AWS for a year now. And when they first reached out to me, I totally ignored them. Because I was like, who is in my LinkedIn? Like, I don't know you, right? And so the recruiter, I thank him every day. He was definitely like determined and diligent. And so what he did was he found someone who he knew at AWS that was also connected to me. So he really did his homework. And then he came back 2 weeks later and said, oh, I know that you know Camille, and she told me about you, and so I wanted to talk to you about this opportunity. And because he mentioned her, I was like, oh, yeah, Camille. And I gave him the opportunity. Just hearing about my role and my position, it was a great combination of everything that I had been doing within my career of education and public policy and engineering. And so the ability to be able to have this role and then to do it on a global stage was just very appealing to me, right? Not only to mention having the resources and the funds to be able to do so much more, because nonprofits really struggle with getting funding. And so being, at Amazon with the resources and the funding that they have, I knew that I was going to be able to do so much more than what I was currently doing. So I said, sure, I will definitely join. And once they made me an offer, I was like, oh, you going to pay me this? I was doing all of this not for this. And thank you very much. And so I have the wonderful opportunity to talk about all of these programs in my role. And so some of the things that I just want to leave you all with, one of the programs is called Educate. This is a program that anyone can go to. It is absolutely free. And one of the things that we did was we actually revised it so that learners as young as 13 years old can get onto the platform. So they have the ability to get in. They don't have to have a credit card or anything like that, so we eliminated barriers. They will be inside of the AWS console, and they get to learn more about what is the cloud, right? There are also courses on machine learning and AI, and all of the other things that you can really think of concerning technology, right? We want to make sure that students, as early as possible, are understanding and getting these opportunities. So even if you're not necessarily in the field of technology, but you want to learn more, it is on-demand curriculum, and you can do it at your own pace, right? So you can come in, go out, leave it and come back however many times, however you want to do it, and it's at no cost to you. Right? We really want to make sure, and that's one of the things that I love about my role is I'm not selling anything. I'm not on the sales team, which I love. So all of the programs that I talk to people about and I bring them are all free to learners. There are no cost to them. And I really feel good about that because it's something that I wanted to make sure in communities where I came from to really be able to help and be that representation again to bring a lot of these resources to those areas. So it is a connection to careers as well. Like I said, when I usually go out and talk to students and I ask them, what is the cloud? They're like, I have no idea, right? But then I ask them, how many of you have cell phones, right? Everyone raises their hand. So I say, if you have a cell phone, whether you are in technology or not, you should really have at least a basic understanding as to what the cloud is. That is where all your data is stored. If you do have a business, that's where all your inventory, everything is stored there. So I tell people, at least check it out to just find out what is the cloud, just so you have an awareness, okay? And then the next program I think would really pertain even more to you all is called AWS Academy. And one of the things that we do is we partner with institutions, especially their faculty, and we work with them to really customize curriculum that they can use so that they can really be able to plug and play. We know that faculty and educators are very busy, and so we want to be able to help them as much as possible. So working with them to be able to bring different aspects into their curriculum is one of the things that we do. Something that we usually hear from not only employers, but also some students as well, is that, the majority of faculty have never worked in industry. So they don't have that experience. So we want to be able to make sure that you all are getting that experience in terms of real world applications. Like, what does an actual software development engineer do? Right? Other than just getting the theory, because companies are saying students are coming out, you all, have the ability, very gifted, but when you're put into these roles and you go into industry, you don't really have that connection in terms of how to make sure that you're putting that theory to actual practical use, right? So we work with faculty to make sure that they have that understanding and they can communicate that to you all. One of my goals and my initiatives when I accepted was the fact that I looked at all of the institutions that we have, and many of them were not HBCUs. And so I said, if we're going to talk about making sure that we reach out and we want to get Black talent, we have to do our part in making sure that we are reaching out and helping to prepare them. And so that's a really big initiative of mine to make sure that we get more HBCUs who are connected on our list of institutions. These are just some roles in terms of like different learning paths for those of you who are in technology. We really try to make sure that not only do we talk about what we have, but what are some of the pathways that you can really get to many of these opportunities. And so, there's the cloud practitioner. That is just the fundamental basics of understanding what the cloud is. And then you go into the other ones, whether you're an architect, a developer, in operations, or you do data analysis. And so much of what we do in some of our rotational programs as well is give you the opportunity to be able to touch on all these different areas so that you can get a feel for which one actually you really want to be in. So you get the ability to try all of them before you actually land in one place. And then we have skills validation. And this is open to anyone, not only if you're interested in technology or not, but many of our certifications, you can go on, take the certification, and it is not only applied just to AWS, but all industries, all companies really acknowledge these certifications. And I'm sure you've probably been hearing some companies are thinking about moving a little bit more away from just the traditional 4-year degree in terms of requirements for jobs. These certifications really do hold a lot of weight, like I said, and you don't have to even be in technology. Just looking at even the foundation of the cloud practitioner, it just tells you again more about what the cloud is, and you just get the fundamentals. And having that on your resume, having that on your LinkedIn, it really does give you a more competitive edge, right, to really stand out. And then as you kind of go up the certifications, you'll see, they are more focused in certain areas, and people really do have specialties and specialize in them. This is a lot of the innovation that's going on at Amazon. Some of the wording is, words are really small, but anything that you can think of, and I am amazed every day about what I find out that Amazon is involved in. So any type of innovation that you can think of, we're either in that space or we're geared to going into that space. So there's a ton of innovation and opportunities. One of the other things I really love is that if you have an idea, you can present your idea, and if it's a great idea, they will help you actually fund it. As an employee, as a full-time employee, as an intern, when I first started, we have leadership principles, and there were 14 when I first started. There are now 16, and everybody's talking about these leadership principles, and I was like, is this like a cult? Like, they're like, you have to know the leadership principles. And I said, there's no way I'm going to be able to remember all of these leadership principles. But the principles are things that you know and we do every day, right? When you talk about being an entrepreneur, you want to make sure that you are paying attention to what your customer is saying, right? So one of our leadership principles is being customer obsessed, right? We want to make sure that we not only make things that we think people will love, but it's to the point of the last speaker that we need to make sure that we ask our customers what it is that they want, right? We have to make sure that we do that. And so one of the other leadership principles is called think big, right? So you have an idea, and there's a lot of writing as well. So it's not only just technology, so I want to make sure that that is very clear. There's a lot of writing. When I started, people told me, be careful if you do have a good idea, because anytime you have an idea, you have to write a 2-page narrative, right? And at first I was like, I'm an engineer, I am that stereotype, like I'm a people person, but I am no writer. So I shied away from being so vocal about ideas because I just said, I can't keep writing 2-pagers. But I really found it to be very beneficial because everyone on the team has to actually read that document. So when it comes time to find out what's happening and what's going on in your team, everyone is aware. It's not like, oh, I didn't know that this was happening, and when did this happen? Everyone reads it, and they give you feedback, and it is constructive feedback, right? And it's not to discourage your idea, but it's to really make sure that you have everything in place, because that idea does go up to the leadership, and they will really think about your idea. And I'll give you an example. So there is a woman, her name's Tiffany Johnson. She's actually been in a lot of commercials. She's an Amazon employee, and she had the idea of thinking about Black businesses, right? And when she would go onto Amazon looking at how many Black businesses are actually on the site, right? And even when there are certain products, who is actually modeling these products, right? So if you see someone that has on like African garb, you really may not want to see someone who doesn't look like you, right, in that African garb. There can be variations, but that should not be the only thing that is shown, right? And so not only do we want to make sure that those products are on there, but how are we supporting those Black businesses to make sure that the ones who are not on there get on there? So she had a think big idea to actually start a Black business accelerator. And just from her idea and writing her narrative, now she actually leads the Black Business Accelerator. So I like the fact that, it doesn't matter what level you're at. If you have an idea and it's a great idea, they will support it. Even if while you're working as an employee, you have your own business, there are so many different opportunities that they present to make sure that you have the opportunity to get funding. So they do support, they have a women's accelerator for women business owners, and there are so many opportunities. So I would definitely suggest, if you're an entrepreneur, you have an idea, to really check out and find out about all those opportunities. One of the things with being an innovator and being an entrepreneur is really understanding how to celebrate your successes, and this is something that I think we don't talk enough about. So I really love to make sure that this is something that I do present, because it's important not only just for yourself, but you never know how talking about your success can really impact someone else and get someone else to be able to open up and talk about what they've done in terms of their accomplishments. It's not bragging if it's based in facts, right? If you did it, if you accomplished it, it's not bragging, right? So make sure that you share that. And I know that it can be uncomfortable, right? Everyone is not comfortable with talking about themselves, talking about their accomplishments, but you may want to find a champion. Find someone who you know is going to help you in that area, because it really is important, especially when you get into industry as well, or for your business. How is anyone going to know what you're selling or what you have to offer if you don't talk about it and you don't present it, right? So make sure that you do that. It is really so important. One of the things that I always like to share is I had the opportunity to be a AAAS fellow for If Then. It is an initiative to really talk about, if you educate a girl, then you educate the world. And so there were 120 women in STEM who were selected to be ambassadors. And with that ambassadorship, we had the opportunity to have a life-size 3D printed statue of ourselves. And in the month of March, they had them all around the Smithsonian Castle, and then they actually put them inside of the different museums based upon your background. So mine actually went into the Air and Space Museum, and I was so excited because I remember going there as a little girl, not having any idea about space, astronauts, just thinking that it was something that was so far removed from me. And so for it to be there and for me to see boys and girls come and they're asking questions and they want to take pictures, and I'm like, who knew that an engineer was like really cool, right? I was like, oh, the paparazzi. So that was a great accomplishment of mine. And then they actually gave us little mini ones that I have here on the desk, so everyone got their own little mini one for them to keep as well. And I think it's really important, again, as I talked about, sharing your successes and your accomplishments. So this is an exercise that I want you to kind of take away with, right? So it is really, again, talking about how to celebrate yourself. So when you get time, I want you to write this phrase down: I am remarkable because. And time yourself. Give yourself 5 minutes to start off with how much you can write down about why you are remarkable, right? It is an exercise, again, that you have to practice. And I know the first time someone told me to do this exercise, I was like, wait, am I remarkable? What is remarkable about me? So it really caught me off guard. But the more you practice and the more you do this, it will really help you be able to get to the point where you are sharing your successes and your accomplishments, and then being able to be champions for helping others do it as well. So I would definitely suggest doing this exercise. So these are two of my role models, one of them from when I was little and one right now, and I hope that you all know both of them. And so really think about your role models, your mentors, and if there are things about them, take some of those things. If they're talking about something or they're delivering a speech in a certain way, it is completely fine to be able to incorporate that into what you want to do or how you want to perfect anything that you have going on with yourself. And this is a phrase that I love because it took me a long time to understand it. I actually wasn't in, it wasn't until I was in my 40s that I really understood that I did not have to fit into other people's molds, right? I went to work, and especially when I first came out of college, I wore suits every day. My hair was straight, and one thing growing up in my house with my mother, it was like your hair has to be like every strand should be in place, right? Your clothes have to be ironed, you can't have any wrinkles. So it was like that's how I was just kind of indoctrinated growing up. Like you have to be like this perfect image, and then you get into industry and you're already told about stereotypes. I was usually the only woman, I was usually the only minority, and I was usually the youngest by like 20, sometimes 30 years. So, just going around in industry, it would be like, wait, who is this little black girl, right? And so I felt like I had to look the part in order for people to take me seriously, to understand in terms of my accomplishments and my credentials. And like I said, it wasn't until I got into my 40s, I cut all my hair off, I dyed it, like I show up how I want to show up. So that's the other thing I want to leave with you is make sure that you keep your genuine, authentic self and carry it with you at all times. You shouldn't have to go into any spaces and hang it up at the door and then pick it up when you leave, right? Make sure that you carry it with you at all times. So don't fit in. You were born to stand out in every way. And so this is me. This is who I love to be. And I always tell people you can love me or leave me alone. Just to end with, this is why I do this. So the picture that you see with the Eiffel Tower behind you, those are my twins. Like I said, they had the opportunity to celebrate their 15th birthday in Paris because I had to work there. I know it was like, oh, I have to go to work in Paris? But because it was during the summer and they were off and it was their birthday, they got to come. And so I also have an opportunity to create legacy, right, for my kids. Family vacations for my family was going to Virginia to go see my grandmother, and that was it, right? So with my role, I have the opportunity to travel all over the world, and I make sure that they see the world with me. So when people talk about how do you balance and how do you juggle, I'm like, I don't. Like, there is no. If I have something to do, like if my kids weren't in school right now, they would be sitting right here, right? I bring them with me. I make them participate in opportunities. I get their feedback. When I'm going to speak, I'm like, is this fine what I'm wearing? And my daughter sometimes will say, no, change, please. So I make sure that they're incorporated. And the picture in the middle is when the exhibit was actually in Dallas, and these little girls ran up to me and was like, wait, are you an engineer? Can we take a picture with you? And it really just made me feel so good because when I was their age, I didn't have that representation, right? And so it was really, really cool. And then the last picture are students. I actually just got back from Ghana 2 weeks ago. I got to spend a month there with the camp and work with students who don't have the ability to get technology, right? So I spent time there with some other AWS employees, and we actually helped them, brought them tablets, and showed them what technology does and how the cloud can really be impactful to their community. They really are in like one of the most impoverished villages within Ghana, but they're like the sweetest kids. And when we started with the information, it was a little bit above their heads, but I was just so excited and happy to see their growth and their progress. And once they picked it up, we then had to scramble like, oh my goodness, they're soaking this up so fast. So we gotta have more stuff. So this is why I do this. There's my contact information. I also want to tell you that if any of you are interested in any opportunities, whether it's internships or full-time opportunities, you can go to the site. Do not, and I'm going to say this because I always say this and then people come back later, do not go ahead and just apply, right? Just like many other companies, Amazon is really big on referrals, right? They're big on referrals. They're big on wanting to know, who has helped you. And so if you send me the job number or the link to the job, I refer you, okay? You have to send me your resume, because what that does is instead of you being in this huge ocean with everyone else, I will refer you internally, and it will go directly to the hiring manager. So now you're in a smaller pond, right? And then after that, it's up to you, right? I will do my part, but then you have to make sure you show up and do your part as well. So I will say again, do not apply, because people will apply and then they'll say, oh, Aisha, so I applied, so can you help me? And I'm like, you're already in the ocean. I can't search for you in the ocean and get you out and try to put you in the pond, right? So I'm telling you, I can help you get in the pond, but you can't tell me to help you get in the pond after you're already in the ocean, okay? So make sure that you email me, connect with me on LinkedIn. It is a valuable site. Like I said, that's where a recruiter reached out to me, so it does actually help to network. And thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you so much. All right, so I don't have an introduction for myself because I'm just going to go right in. And some of you, I apologize, I did not change this presentation from last year, so you're going to hear the same thing if you were here last year. Probably a little different because I'm going to walk through it. But okay, let's see if I can make this go. Okay, so, this will be fun if I can't make it go myself. Am I going to be able to make it go myself? Because if not, I'll just run it off of here. It's not working for me. Oh, there it is. Okay, here we go. Hi, I'm Dorothy. Okay, that's it. Yeah, it's late, y'all. No. Okay, so just a bit about me. So I grew up similarly I'm first generation. I grew up in housing projects in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Bridgeport, oh my God, Bridgeport, yes. I love it. Okay, that made me so happy. You have no clue. Okay, thank you. Bridgeport representing here. We appreciate it. But you understand what Bridgeport is like, right? So it's a little bit hard, and you know, it goes back to what Aisha said. I think we're similar ages, and it's like Bridgeport was known for, you know, I think it was like the murder capital for a while too. So like, you know, you fight with like Detroit and like Chicago and, you know, Compton, I don't know, but like we would get the, you know, different sort of headlines of bad things happening, and you didn't really see people of color getting out of housing projects or doing things like that. I, you know, went ahead and, you know, and I skipped a step here between growing up in housing projects and getting to Wellesley College, but part of what happened was, you know, I had people that saw me beyond me. And what that means is, and you probably all, who had like a teacher, we heard here, there already is a teacher, Deirdre had a teacher, but you know, when I say a teacher that have influenced you, who has had a teacher that has influenced you? Okay, I think most of us probably had that teacher, and probably, you know, it depends on what grade you in. For me, my teacher was in 8th grade. I tell a really funny story. There's actually a recording on the internet that you should not look for, but now y'all are going to do it. Look for. I was pregnant with my daughter. I looked real crazy in the video. I wish they didn't keep it. But basically, I talk about the fact that the reason why I went into science was because I couldn't play softball. And the joke is that in 8th grade, the teacher that was the science teacher was also the softball coach. And I can't catch a ball to save my life. I still can't. Not good with sports that involve catching. But my dad, at the time, I was the only girl. My sister had not yet been born. Or maybe she was. She was a baby. She was a baby at that point. But my sister was still really little, and my dad really wanted a boy, and my dad really wanted to teach me how to catch, and I couldn't. And so anyway, I was like, I'm going to make my dad proud. I'm going to try out for this softball team. And I knew I was not going to make this softball team. But I went ahead, tried my best. And so Monday comes, so tryouts are on Friday. Monday comes, and I go to school, and the teacher says, I got good news and bad news for you. Which would you like first? And I knew the bad news. She came up to me, and she said, you didn't make the softball team. I was like, yeah, I know. I didn't catch a single ball. Like, why would you? If you put me on the softball team, you would be a bad softball coach. So that's all good. But what's the good news? And she was like, well, the good news is that you are so much better at science than you are at softball, and that I see you as someone who, you know, could be a scientist. And I was like, really? And she was like, yeah, you know, we're actually starting a science club. And while I don't think you should be on the softball team, I do think you should lead the science club. And there was another girl who was a friend of mine, and she was like, would you co-lead it with this other girl that's in your class, and you guys do a really good job, and I think you'll lead it. And having someone see me as a scientist for the first time, like, changed everything. And it's crazy because, we're friends on, thanks to Facebook, I'm still friends with my 8th grade teacher, and she doesn't remember this moment at all. And so it's so funny. She's like, I'm so mortified. Like, I've heard you talk about it. You've written about it, but I don't remember that day. And she's like, I'm so sorry. And I was like, no, it's okay. But I do want to, like, just use that really briefly to say that, if we do have any educators in here, and even if you go on to become an educator, just anybody, if you're mentoring students right now as a college student, realize the things you say have weight. Right? And the things you choose to say, even to your roommates, to your friends, how you choose to see people really can influence the rest of their lives, even if you don't remember it in the future. So anyway, she influenced me to go on to, to pursue science, and I went, through and tried to do my best to, focus on science in high school. Again, because I was first generation, I was doing the same thing, trying to fill out the FAFSA, and my parents were like, I don't know what you're talking about. We're not really sure if this is going to work out for you, but, if you want to apply to these colleges, go ahead. I was lucky there was a bus trip to Wellesley College. It is a mostly white institution in Wellesley, Massachusetts. It looked real different, like real different than home. And I went on a bus trip, so I actually did get to see the college, and because it was snowing, and it's an all-women's college also, so people were like, you're going to go to an all-women's college in, like, the cold with all the snow? And I was like, it's just real different from the hood, right? It's different from where I grew up. And because it was, like, night and day, I was like, that just seems like what I read in books about, and these people, like, this is going to be magical. And it was magical, but it was also real hard. And I think, echoing in, like, the difference when you get to college, you realize a lot of things about yourself. You realize the advantage and disadvantage. I had taken AP classes in high school. My school, actually, I was lucky, went to a magnet school, and we had, like, a few APs we could take. So I took, like, 2 AP classes, which was the maximum I could take, and did well in them. And then I got to Wellesley, and I needed a tutor. And I was like, what you talking about? I got like a 5 on the English AP. I'm really smart. And they're like, yeah, but you only know how to write a 5-paragraph essay. You don't know how to do higher level stuff. And I was like, no, I do. And I was really, it took a lot of humbling, right? I also sat outside the calculus teacher's, like, office hours crying, like, for the grade that I got. So it was a real hard transition, but I continued to persevere through that and ended up with a degree in psychobiology. So just so you know, psychobiology was what they had before neuroscience. So it's basically a neuroscience degree from Wellesley College. During that time, I don't know if I end up saying this in this thing, so sorry. I did a bunch of extracurriculars. I did research. Ethos was the Black organization because I needed to survive Wellesley. I needed to be around people that looked like me and understood my background. I played violin, and I did freestyle, which was hip hop dance. And for the old school people here, I actually opened for Wyclef on my campus, which I'm, like, still, like, very much proud of. So I'm going to tell my age there. You're like, who's Wyclef? I did do a semester away at Spelman College, and did research during the summer at Morehouse School of Medicine, which is where I met my husband. I met my husband in lab, y'all. So that was very exciting for me. We've been married for 20 years this year. It's very exciting. I met him when I was 19. Just like, I'm like, I was a baby. My whole life has been with this person. I know that seems kind of scary to y'all probably, so I'm sorry. I'm like going back down memory lane. You're like, okay, old lady, keep moving. But in any case, it was, really, like, it was just really nice to meet somebody, and it really did change my life going and having the experience of going to an HBCU. And that's another reason why I very much have a lot of respect for HBCUs, even though I personally went to a primarily white institution. Having that experience at a primarily white institution made me really, really, really appreciate my time at an HBCU. So y'all are really lucky is what I'm saying. I then went on and got my graduate degree, and having been first generation, like, I didn't know that there were so many career options. Like, I didn't know what an MD, PhD was. I didn't know that you could do that until I got to graduate school. I probably would have done something different, perhaps. My mom has epilepsy, so that was what I was really, really interested in studying, is like, why does she have epilepsy? What is going on? What's going on in her brain? So I went to the University of Michigan. I got a master's and eventually a PhD in neuroscience. And then I moved on and did postdocs. So I was in school forever. And did a fellowship at the University of California, San Francisco. In between there, my advisor moved. And I want to tell this little piece just to say that sometimes life doesn't go the way you think it's going to go. So like in the middle of my PhD, my advisor moved. I told you I had met my husband, or my to-be husband in college. And so we had both went to University of Michigan, and we were like, we're going to live happily ever after. He proposed. Everything was great. I was like, yeah, my life is great. And then my advisor was like, we're moving. And my husband's degree program was like, nah, you can't just move, even though she's moving. And they would not let him. They were like, you can start over your PhD. And he was like, yeah, but I'm already 3 years in, so we're not doing that. And so we lived apart. So the first 3 years of our marriage were apart. So I was in Nashville, Tennessee, and he was at, it's still in Michigan. I was at Vanderbilt, and he was in Michigan at University of Michigan. And then we were like, okay, we can't actually have a life if we we never lived together. So we moved to University of California, San Francisco. As I said, I really, the research area I was in was looking at epilepsy and then eventually autism. And while I was there, I was really lucky to be able to teach at San Francisco State University. This was another weird sort of thing because, and it also when I finish telling you about my career path, you'll see I think a lot of people will tell you what they think you should do. And I think you need to think about, and this will come up again in my story, you need to think about what you actually enjoy doing. And I know it's really hard, so I'm going to take a step back and say I reminded you where I came from. And where I came from meant to me when I was y'all's age, I was like, I can't choose things. It doesn't matter what I want to do. What I want to do needs to coincide with how much money I can make. Because I have people that are depending on me to do things, right, so that they can be okay. My sister, I was helping my parents. My sister went to a private school, and so because her school that she would have been in would have been real bad. And so, we had gotten some money for that, but I was helping to pay for that because by that point I was in graduate school, and I was getting a little bit of money for being in science as a stipend. And I was helping with that. And so I was like, I can't do all these things I want to do. I need to focus. But then slowly, the world kind of works. And if you have a faith base, you may believe God, is pushing you that way, that I have a faith base. But whether you believe in that or not, the world sometimes conforms to you and to making sure that you succeed and do the thing you're supposed to do. And so I was lucky I was able to get a fellowship that allowed me to teach. And you guys, especially those of you who have seen me more than just this, I enjoy presenting. I enjoy talking to people. I enjoy influencing people through teaching. And so I was able to be a lecturer at San Francisco State University, which is a minority serving institution in San Francisco. And I was able to actually have influence on students that looked like me, that had never seen a neuroscientist that was a woman of color, that would probably have not had that experience had not been able to teach. But I can tell you that the researchers that I worked for initially, I had a few that were just, had an issue with me teaching. We're like, well, you need to pursue the research. And I was like, no, this is what I want to do. And because of the fellowship I actually ended up getting, I was able to do that teaching and also find a better lab that was more supportive of that. So I was, on this academic path. You're like, okay, so you're not in neuroscience now. How did you get here? So we're going to take the right turn, the real sharp right turn. So again, thinking about what it is that you do in your spare time. So my spare time at UCSF, I was on every committee you could possibly think of. I had my daughter, so I was on a parenting committee. I was on the Chancellor's Council. I was on the Chancellor's Council for Academic Diversity. I was trying to change the culture of the institution. I was like, there are not enough people of color here. There are not enough women here. There are not enough, the things that I care about, we don't have enough benefits for postdocs who have kids, but we're all at the childbearing age, so why would you not? And I was fighting for a lot of these things, and someone said to me, it sounds like you're really interested in policy. And I was like, no, I'm not really. I don't know what even that is. And so I literally said no like a zillion times to people. I was like, I got to go back to my lab experiments. Like, I'm good, And someone was like, no, you need to apply for this AAAS Science and Technology Policy Fellowship. And I was like, sure, okay, whatever. And so I finally applied for it, and I got it. And I ended up working at the National Science Foundation. And so the Science and Technology Policy Fellowship is a policy fellowship for people in science to come to the federal government and work at a federal agency to actually influence policy within federal agencies with their science background, and also to understand how the government works so that they can take it back into science and say, government, we're not going to get political here, but the government is doing really great things to promote STEM and science. So I ended up doing that policy fellowship for 2 years, and I did work. I actually got a chance to work with the Obama administration, got to work on stuff related to making. I ended up at the National Science Foundation in engineering. I am not an engineer, so like Aisha, you felt like I was like out of my element. I was like, who are these people? I don't know. I found a note that I wrote to myself that was like, you need to go back to academia. I'm like, what are you doing? So I was like playing house with like being an engineer. But they were very, very welcoming. Their question, what they wanted me to solve for, was how do we broaden participation in engineering? How do we do what Aisha's actually doing? How do we make sure that there are more people of color and women in engineering? Because it's really, with the exception of perhaps biomedical, most of the fields of engineering are very, very disparate in terms of representation. And so one of the things I investigated was the maker movement. And we're going to hold a note there. You know where I end up. So just remember that, I started to investigate the maker movement for NSF. And part of that was that I read a study that said you're more likely to go into a career if you saw somebody who looks like you in that career, right? But if you don't see anyone, then you can see how it's a self-fulfilling prophecy that you never become an engineer. If you're 75% more likely, which I think was the statistic, to become an engineer if you knew somebody in your inner circle that's an engineer, then if, we're never going to get out of this underrepresentation thing if we don't start to have people see themselves as engineers. So one thing that the maker movement does, and all of you that you're currently engaged in a maker movement, maybe you don't always see yourself as an engineer or a scientist, but through the act of what you're doing, these projects that we have you working on for the HBCU, making an innovation showcase, for the projects that you're doing with your teachers, hopefully you're starting to see yourselves as engineers, as scientists, as innovators, as entrepreneurs. Or maybe we're just telling you that. Are you seeing yourselves as that? Do you start to use some of those names? And I don't care if you use the word maker, but like hopefully you're starting to see yourself as some sort of innovator, person that's going to change the world, because that really is the mindset change that we need to actually move the needle on where things are at. Okay, so I was doing this, okay, great, that goes straight into your current job. No, so I took a little detour because, again, imposter syndrome and a bunch of other stuff. I was like, nah, but see, I'm not an engineer and I don't really belong here, so I should probably go back to doing neuroscience stuff. So I took a little detour at a place called Foundation for NIH. You obviously heard from Dr. Odom earlier today, who is at FFAR, which is the Agriculture Foundation. FNIH is the similar type of foundation for NIH. So it's also a third-party public-private partnership trying to help, get more dollars to people that are doing NIH work and helping with. So you guys all know about the big football traumatic brain injury study. So FNIH manages that to make sure that NFL, for example, doesn't just, produce data that says, football doesn't cause concussions. Or that NIH is not like everything you do is bad, NFL, and everything causes concussions, but that there's actually unbiased research that happens. And so that's what I did next. I still was doing maker stuff in my spare time. So this is, again, reinforcement of the lesson. Look at what you're doing in your spare time. What do you do for no money? So I told you I have one daughter. She's 13 now, but while I was working at FNIH, I worked a full-time job, and then I went home and I was mom, and we cooked and did all the stuff that you do with your kids. And then, she would go to bed. It's like 9 o'clock. I would turn back on my computer and I would talk to the folks at the White House or wherever, trying to get the National Maker Fair going, trying to work on the maker movement. And I would stay awake till 1 or 2 in the morning, and then I'd do it all over again. And one of those nights, my husband came up to me and said, "Why is this not your job?" And I was like, go, whatever. I probably said something real mean to him, but I was like, whatever, when the Obama administration actually transitioned, there's an opportunity for initiatives that come out of the administration to be moved over into real organizations, right? So Nation of Makers actually was a named initiative of the Obama administration. President Obama, in one of his addresses, I believe it was the State of the Union, actually said, "We are a nation of makers," and that's what the initiative came from. It was like, we're creators, and there was a lot of effort put into there, and since we were working on it, and when the administration ended, they wanted to make it into a brick and mortar, and so I was pulled into a group that was doing that transitioning, and again, working till like 1 or 2 in the morning, and then on a second job, basically. And, my husband, again, posed the question. And so they had an opportunity for executive director. And I actually said no. I was like, I am not qualified. And this is where I'm taking that, what you said, I learned from you, Aisha, because I'm like, I need to sit down and do the same thing. I am remarkable, right? But in my head, I was like, nah, I can't do this. I'm not qualified. And it took my husband, he's been my cheerleader for most of my life, telling me, you can do this, and applying for it for me to be able to get that position. And that's how I ended up here at Nation of Makers. And really, the rest is history. And, I get to do what I love every single day. I don't know if I'll be here forever in this position. I'm excited to see how doors open. I've become less shy about, the opportunities, exactly what was just said by, both of our speakers here, just to be able to, keep growing and sharing. But it's been a really great opportunity. So there's my information. I think looking at time, I want to make sure that we have enough time for everything. So I want to take questions for our speakers in a larger format. And then if our speakers, I know you have lots of things to do, but if you have a few moments, even if we extend after, just to take more questions if there are, that would be great. Are you okay with that? Okay. All right. So does anyone have questions for our speakers? Don't be shy. Oh, okay. There's a question. I think there's, oh wait, I don't know. Did they, here, take this one. I know you can scream, but we're recording this.
Not really a question, but I'm just so excited about this panel, and I hope everyone here understands you really have superstars in your midst. I remember my team sharing with me your Essence feature for the work that you were doing, and they were like, "You got to connect with her. She's in the fresh tech stuff that you're doing or whatnot." And I'm excited because we've been encouraging the AWS cloud certification since last year within our organization. And then also I share it with my friends that are professionals and encourage them to say, you need to learn something. This is what you need to learn right now. The world is changing. I know you don't know what I'm talking about, but just go through the training and take it. So I hope that all of you wrote down those resources, because it's going to be a game changer, especially if you have that certification on your LinkedIn profile. That is the truth. And of course, you're always an amazing role model and just have amazing stories, Dorothy. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sheila, and my question, I guess, for both of our panelists is, at what point was it, and how difficult was it for you to pivot? What I found a lot of times is that outside influence will really try to put you in a box, and you women are multi-talented, multifaceted, and you embrace all of it. And how, my question, I guess, is just how easy was it for you, or is it for you, to embrace all of your passions and continue to feed your, or to build your skill?
Hello? So I think you said something really important, like embrace all of you, right? And when I heard you say that, that's what like resonated with me. It was literally at the moment when I was like, I'm okay embracing all parts of me and who I am, and like these things I had grown. So I had started sewing at 12, right? People told me that going into fashion, doing these things weren't really fruitful. It wasn't a safe thing to do, and I was always good at chemistry. And so chemistry in high school, chemistry in college, that was my thing. So trying to make a career out of that. It wasn't until I embraced all of who I am, and then I kind of used those things to put those together to create something that was uniquely me and true to who I am, that I really feel like I started like, things became easier. Now, on the journey to entrepreneurship, it is highs and lows. I've actually learned how to ride the waves. And so I've had some amazing opportunities, but just as well, I think my scientific background kind of shields me from some things, kind of keeps me very number oriented and business savvy. I think that's one of my strongest suits. I have some friends that are creative, and I'm like, your numbers are not matching up, So it just really like propelled me in a way that I think, that STEM background is very important. And to say that to all of you, that builds the basis and the foundation. You can literally do anything with that. And I think it made me a stronger entrepreneur in the long run, and it's allowed me to compete in spaces and bring something unique to the industries that I've tried to, kind of forge my own lane in.
It was very difficult shifting. I made the decision after working in industry for, I think it was maybe 6 or 7 years, that it just wasn't a space that I was very comfortable in. Not because of my ability, but again, there was a lot of isolation there. And so I said, you know what? I was being asked to go to career fairs and talk to students, and that's where I really found my passion. That's where I found my excitement and my joy. And I said, this is something that I want to do on a regular basis. And so because I was still young, I said, this is the time, and I really encourage all of you, while you're young, take risks, right? So like Dorothy said, like I've been with my husband since I was 19, so, at that time, I was constantly speaking, and people would ask me, and I'm like, oh, you want me to talk? Sure. So I'm doing all of these things like on the side, which is not my job, and he said, why don't you try to figure out how you can make this your job? And I never knew that, even like what we do is more in like science communication. That term was not in existence. But I knew I wanted to make that shift, and I was no fool. I did not quit my job. But at the time, I knew that like layoffs were coming around. So I was like, I'm gonna ride this wave and wait. And during that time, figure out what I want to do. And so I took the risk, even though I knew that leaving engineering was really, in terms financially, was going to be a big hit, and my salary was cut in half, right? So my husband also said, those shoes, those are going to be a little non-existent. So it's like sacrifices, but we didn't have any children, we didn't have a mortgage, so I was able to really take the risk and do what I loved. And once I moved over, like, the money part wasn't important. I loved getting up every day. I started out working at a university. I was working at NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology, in like pre-college programs. And just being able to create programs for students in the city that I was born and raised in was an awesome opportunity. And I was like, I'll try it, see if I like it. I could always go back into industry. And I was like, this is the space I want to be. So now to be able to do this and being right here is my job. Like, I would have done this anyway if it wasn't, but the fact that this is my job, you want to find something that you really love and turn it into your career. So it was hard at first, but now in the role that I'm in, I have caught up and gone beyond where many of my peers are who are still working in engineering. So it will come back to you, so don't worry about that.
I think I'll just add on, like, I think one of the things, and this is a strategy it sounds like we actually all kind of used, is like, think about, again, what you're doing in your spare time, and I encourage you to use your spare time. I think it's like, kind of easy, especially in today's world. I think I'm going to age all of us. I think you might be younger than us, but like we over here in the 40s. But I think, when we were younger, I mean, there wasn't, to be honest, in college and stuff, was the internet was just kind of coming along, like as a thing. Like people didn't, just were starting to get computers and stuff, and so you just didn't have as much. We certainly didn't have cell phones for a while, which I know makes us sound extremely ancient. We're not ancient. But the reality is, like, there's a lot of ways to utilize your time and things that are not productive, right? So if you're going to be on your phone, why not take an AWS course, right? Like, why not do some things in your spare time that give you an opportunity to test the waters, right? And the great thing there is keep track of all of that. So I think the other thing that happens is, you do these speaking engagements, and someone was like, okay, where's your list of stuff? And I was like, wait, I'm supposed to be keeping track of this? And it's like, yes, keep track of this, because this counts. And in the end, those things that were in that other category were things that mattered more in some ways than my paying job, because I had more passion for those. So I was doing way more of those. I was giving, and people started to see, she has a work ethic that's crazy. She's doing some great stuff. We're willing to take a risk, even though your degree may not be in that area. We know you know what you're doing. You've already demonstrated it. So really, I think it is really hard, especially if you don't. I will say there's a lot of the privilege in the world that happens is financial, right? So if you have the money to completely, I used to be worried about failing, right? Because, the consequences that somebody doesn't eat or something happens, And so I think that, in those situations, obviously you don't want to do things that are too risky, but a nice, easy way to take that risk, or at least one thing that I've employed as a strategy, is do it in my spare time and see if I really like it. And if it starts to work out, then you can start considering, how do I shift this and monetize it and make it something that I want to do? Because time is also a currency, right? And we don't often think about that. Your time is a currency. Other questions? Okay, I was like, y'all are tired. Okay, I don't know, you both came up at the same time, so you can fight over who gets to ask the question. I think she's gonna pass the mic. Just wait to the mic because we're recording, I think. Or that's what I was told, is that right? Yeah, okay.
That's right. Good day, everyone. My name is Olashibumi Olaripo. I'm a junior studying computer science at the illustrious Alabama A&M University. First of all, thank you all so much for being here. I've actually met Miss Aisha before at another conference, and she's amazing, by the way. So you guys should definitely tap in with her. And so, first of all, I love your bag. Like, that bag was so fire. I was like, wow, you made that? That was crazy. And I can see the creativity with, the old hexagon, element stuff. But, yeah, that was fire. But my question in general was kind of you guys are all doing something unique. You guys went from, maybe doing some basic 9 to 5. Nothing's wrong with 9 to 5, but kind of going to more entrepreneur, whatever, and kind of going into your own thing. So you guys kind of reached that point at sort of a later point. If you could go back in time, would you have gone directly to that thing, or would you still have gone through that sort of ups and downy type of path you went through? I'm just kind of curious, really, would you have gone straight ahead into having your business, or would you have still gone through that sort of corporate and blah 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 blah? Yeah, I'm just curious.
I can try to go first on that one and just say, I think for me, I have actually asked myself this question, and I think everything has been leading. Someone asked me, do you feel like you wasted your degree? You don't use it. So do you feel like it was a waste to go and spend all that time getting a PhD? And the reality is my PhD is what actually enabled me to apply for a AAAS fellowship, which enabled me to be able to have the opportunity to work in the Obama administration, which enabled me to be, so all the things, life kind of, you have to, it's not that you have to give permission for life to happen. Life will happen whether you want it to or not. But I think you have to open yourself to the journey. And someone who is, at the time was probably my age now, talked to me when I was your age. And she told me that. And I was like, lady, you crazy. And she was, a Caucasian woman. And she did have a lot of privilege in her life. And I thought oh, she's just privileged. And that's a privilege she has. But I think it is also just, and I think there is something that happens with age, to be honest. And, I think some people do luck out really young, right, and are able to kind of take that bold step. And if you feel like you're one of those people that can do that, by all means do it. I think it's awesome to take those risks. But the funny thing is that those will lead you to other things that you didn't even think were going to come. I think almost all of us that are in my age range, and to be clear, I'm 45. If, all of us that are in my age range, when I talk to my friends, the things that they're doing now are things that would have never even conceptualized. If you had said the words nation of makers, I'd be like, what are you talking about? Like, what is this? Like, I had no clue what the maker move, I didn't understand, like, this wasn't even a thought in my head. So you just have to kind of allow yourself, at least for me, I wouldn't do it any differently, as crazy as that sounds, you know.
I'll just chime in is the most important thing is you want to increase your opportunities for success, period, right? And I think when you're majoring in any STEM field, it allows you to do that. I wouldn't do anything because I think it gives me a unique positioning. When you think about fashion, there's not a lot of fashion designers that have chemistry degrees, right? I get to look at things from a different perspective, as well as being technical and a chemist in those two realms. Another thing, when I think about as you're like growing, and I wouldn't do anything over. The only thing I would do over is student loans. Okay, okay. Somebody, I need an explanation for that. Other than that, though, like I feel like it just puts me in. It gave me these unique opportunities. It gave me a unique journey. I think there's a lot of things I needed to learn along the way about myself, about business, about STEM, and I'm a millennial, so you know we kind of always did things our way, right? But you know. Just had to learn from my environment and things that were happening. Another thing I think I would do more of would be reading, right? As now that I've gotten older and started to found these companies, one of the biggest resources is what's in books. Research shows that if you read a book on a specific topic, you're 95% more knowledgeable than everybody else in the world. A lot of some of my key factors to becoming a better entrepreneur has become from books that I've read. I didn't know marketing. 1 month I read 4 books on marketing, right? You know, anything you need is at your fingertips. You just have to be willing to be a student and learn. And that's something big I adopted when I kind of stepped into this full role as an entrepreneur. And I would say that would be a useful tool for anyone. Ooh, so one of my favorites as an entrepreneur is The Originals, right? The Originals. The Originals. It's by Adam Grant. He's pretty dope, but it talks about how he was one of the early people that was asked to invest in Warby Parker. He didn't do it, but it also walks you through how entrepreneurs, the most successful ones, don't quit their jobs. Aisha mentioned that. We kind of like work it out, you know, and then we don't leave our jobs until it makes sense, right? The numbers have to make sense. That's one of my books. What am I reading now? But I also like a mix of stuff, right? So I'm reading a book also, or the series. It was by a Nigerian writer, Tomi Adeyemi, which is Children of the Blood and Bone. It's really awesome. So it's like a mixture of things. So I'm usually trying to keep, and I wish I could say this book I read about marketing, but it was one of the most insightful books. And it's a quote I usually quote from it, and I don't know if I know the quote off the top of my head. It's like, iconic brands push the movements forward. They make people think about things that they thought about themselves, and they change those ideas. And there was another marketing book, I want to say it's by Robert somebody, but it was a book on marketing. Because I think anytime you're going in business, marketing is just this crazy world. Nobody can tell you how much you need to invest. I mean, in your marketing plan, nobody can tell you exactly what marketing is, whether it's experiential. So I would just say that's another book. I'm going to get the title for it. I'm going to look it up. But those are some of my things to keep me well-rounded. It's reading a book to like improve my skill set, but also entertain me and make me think creatively and innovatively. So that's kind of how I like to balance that out.
And I'll just say, just like these two ladies said as well, I would not change anything. I think being on the path and the roads that I've taken, even getting off and deviating, has really helped me to become what I am now and where I am. When I first said that I wanted to actually leave engineering and go into education, I was in my junior year of college, and my advisor said, do not do that. You're almost done. What are you doing? Because I was like, but I love being a TA, and I love teaching, and this is what I want to do. And she just said, finish your degree, and with your degree, you can do anything. And that is one of the things that I tell students all the time. You know, being in STEM fields, it is much easier for us to jump into any other fields. You can go into education, you can go into law, into medicine, be an entrepreneur, sales, but those roles cannot jump into engineering. So you have an advantage, you know, when you think about biomed and patent law, like you can jump into anything. So just, you know, think about that. And if I would have changed, you know, I wouldn't be able to be that role model to the students that I talk to. I have to share with them my experiences that I went through as an engineer and all of the opportunities that I had. And if you can't see it, you can't be it, right? So I want to make sure that I continue to be that representation, and staying on the same path that I have been on has really helped me, because people want to hear your genuine experiences, right? They want to hear your actual story. So they don't want to hear, oh, if I would have done this, then I can tell you about this. Like, they want to hear what you actually went through, the good, the bad, the ugly, right? They want to hear all of that. So I wouldn't be able to share that if I didn't continue on that journey. And even your mistakes, your failures, like, it's okay to fail. You know, just like one of the other speakers said earlier, it's okay to fail. From failure comes success many times. Many of the products that we use, they didn't start off the way that they were originally thought about. They failed, and then they learned something about it and said, oh my goodness, from this failure, this works. So we're going to pivot and do this, right? So always remember that.
Sir in the back, you had a question? If you can remember, you're like, I forgot it now.
How you doing? I probably don't need this. So I'm Antonio. I'm a lifelong learner.
Speak into it, though, because we're recording,
Oh,
so we
my
actually
apologies.
do need it.
So my name is Antonio Randolph. I'm a lifelong learner, and I just walked in. We've talked before. I think this is amazing. I just came from a group of seminars throughout the day. But I just want to tell everybody in the crowd how fortunate and lucky you are, because these women are dropping nuggets right and left. You know, I like how you mentioned the options, right? In life, you want to create that basket of options. Right? You don't want to have one egg in that basket. You want to create this basket of options that affords you the opportunity to pivot if you, in fact, need to, right? You guys are all familiar with the regression line, right? What does a regression line do? It predicts something, right? And that's the same thing with life, right? You have a trajectory that you're trying to walk towards, but there's a whole bunch of dots on the left and right of that, right? It's not a perfectly straight line like the regression line is. There's dots that you have to hit, and they're not all straight. So just keep that in mind. But I thought that was great with the options. You with failure, right? That was awesome for both of you to talk through that, because failure is part of life, right? If you're going to stumble, you're going to trip, right? You're going to fail. So be prepared to do that and embrace it. So I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate the dialogue. And then my question then to you is, can someone on the panel just expound on an experience they've had that they had to really claw themselves back out from? And maybe they didn't necessarily make it through, but you end up having to go in another direction or do something different. It might not have been career changing or life changing, but it was just a hard moment, because sometimes understanding and reaching the point where you really can empathize with a person's hard moments or tough times, it helps you inside, right, to know that it's possible, it's doable, right? So if someone has something to share, I'd greatly appreciate it. That's my question. Thank you.
I know, we're all like, we've got to think for a second. So bare our souls. Let's see.
I was just going to say quickly, my very first experience being a manager was really difficult for me, because I was really kind of thrown into that position of leadership. No one talked to me about it. The previous person left, and it was like, Aisha, you're doing a good job. Okay, now you're going to manage the team. And so I didn't have any practice. I didn't read any books about leadership. And so that was really tough for me, because I wanted to do everything, right? I didn't have experience in how to delegate to my team. And that is really important as a leader, understanding delegation. And that helps you as a leader, because then you can do more of the things that you need to do and know that your team is actually getting it done. You can't do everything. And so there were many times in the beginning that I just like cried my eyes out at home and to my husband, like, this isn't working. I don't know what I'm doing. But I had to ask for help. So being able to delegate and ask for help were really difficult for me, and I had to learn how to do that. And once I did, it just was like, oh my goodness, a whole world really opened up, and I could delegate to anybody right now. Like, okay, I'm gonna need you to do this, I'm gonna need you to do this, I'm gonna need you to do this, and I'm asking questions all the time along the way.
think I thought of something. So during COVID, I mean, it was challenging, obviously, for lots of people for lots of different reasons. But I think running a nonprofit during COVID was particularly challenging, especially a nonprofit that wasn't focused on COVID necessarily initially. And so, you know, we were not getting resources in, and I was really feeling like a failure. And I was like, okay, this whole organization is going to tank. And I had other organizations, since we're sort of an association, we had maker spaces that were contacting us that were like, we're about to go under. Can you help in any way? And I was like, I'm just like failing for everybody. And it was really, really challenging. It really I had to focus. And I actually did sort of ask myself the question about like, well, what is our sweet spot? What are we doing? And kind of, I redid, and I had no marketing background, sort of did the same thing, like Googling, trying to figure out, like, how do I do this? You know, trying to understand, and just a sidebar, so for Nation of Makers, even though we're a large nationwide organization, I'm the only full-time paid employee. So, like, when this was all happening, I was doing all the development, all of everything, trying to figure it out, and the whole weight was on me. And I really had to sit down and think about, like, well, what are we doing that's really great? And we ended up, you know, and I also said, you know, like, what's important to me here in the middle of this? And I realized, actually, you know, the work we were doing was useful in a number of different ways. And we had some people that contacted us about PPE production, about mask production. This is when we were told we could wear cloth masks. And so makers made cloth masks and a bunch of other, like, face shields. And we were responsible for over 48 million pieces of PPE being made in a very short period of time around the world. And I was so, like, that was so gratifying that even though things were initially not really going well, it felt like I was able to kind of get myself out of that, like, to claw myself out of that pit of sort of despair. And then the great thing is, having done that was the demonstration that we had been waiting for. So, like, you know, I had been articulating, oh yes, making is so important for schools and for education, for workforce and all these things, which are totally true. But this was a demonstration of how individual makers all around the world could actually mobilize in a crisis and activate. And for some of our funders, they were like, whoa, this is way more powerful than we gave it credit for. And, you know, again, you know, going back to the regret thing, like, had that not happened, you know, I think our organization is much more successful now because we have shown that we had gathered together. It really did mobilize our community, which was kind of already kind of going down and sort of not feeling so great about things. So that was just, you know, one thing. And we're still working through it. It's not perfect, but it was definitely a, you know, a way to get out of that pit.
So that's an interesting question for me as I think about it, because a couple things here. So I am a first-generation college student. I paid for myself to go to college. I feel like my life was clawing myself out of some situations that I should have never been, right? And it kind of gets me emotional, because with everything that was handed for me, I wasn't supposed to be here. And I was able to build something out of nothing. And now I sit on the brink of two companies crossing over to be multi-million-dollar companies next year. Right. I literally had to fight for everything and learn and teach myself and believe in myself. I'm born and raised in Detroit, Michigan. It's a lot of different things that go into Detroit. I was just at a place, and I just feel like God has always had his hand on my life. Like, the things and the people have said no to me, and I just trusted what my destiny said. I trusted what I knew about myself and what I believed. So I'm just in my 30s now, and I'm starting to feel comfortable and get in the stride of things. So I feel like I've had to claw myself into a space that I am at now, and I'm just very grateful to be given that mission and that journey. And so when I think about all the things that I went through, there's not one incident, but it has been a series of things that's gotten to me where I am today. And I'm just thankful for that. And just meeting hardships. And to that, I say, like, man, you cannot focus on where you are at that moment. Just always be committed that, you know, everything happens for a season. And seasons do not last. They change. And you have to understand the different lessons that are meant for you in those seasons and grow in different skill sets. And just, no matter what, never give up on yourself. I'm a huge Jay-Z fan. And one of the things he said, the most genius thing we did was we didn't give up. And I think that's really been important, thing for me is I didn't give up. I didn't give up on me. I didn't give up on my community. I didn't give up on people who look like me. I didn't give up on our struggles. And I used that to make sure the businesses that I was creating was not only making a better life and legacy for those who come after me, but had some kind of impact on my community and how we see ourselves and how we love ourselves and how we educate ourselves. And hopefully we can make a better world for all of us.
Okay, I don't think we can end better than that. So I'm going to go give her a hug in 1 second, but does anyone else have any questions for us before we all take off?
Oh.
But I just want to thank you guys, and obviously you have all of our contact information, and I think as many of us have said to you, all of the I can't believe I'm going to say I'm an elder in the room. All of the elders in the room. But in reality, please do reach out to us. We don't put these little slides together just to be like, yeah, that goes to a box that I never checked. No, that's my actual email address. So please reach out to me. Please reach out to Aisha. Please reach out to Deirdre. Let us know what you're doing. Let us know how we can come around you and support you. Send Aisha your resume. Tell her what job you're interested in. Ask Deirdre for advice on how to get started. She's going to send you some marketing books that you should read. But listen to us seriously and try to, use us as resources. That's the number one thing you can do is use your network. Don't be afraid. You might be afraid to stand up right now and ask a question, but if you get home and you're like, man, I wish I had asked them a question, just email us. No one has to know that you didn't ask the question then. We're not going to tell anybody. So just email us and let us know. But I hope you do reach out to us. I wish you all the continued success in the world, and I look forward to seeing y'all tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies, so much. Okay, so while he's doing this, fill out the surveys. We're going to get ready for our final part of today. First of all, round of applause for yourselves because you hung in there. It was a long day, and you all did amazing. Thank you, ladies, once again. That was amazing. Thank you. So after you complete your surveys, we're going to go into the final session, which is the final practice for your pitch competition. Tomorrow you will be pitching. Dorothy is actually one of the judges who will be judging your pitch competition tomorrow. So we're going to take this time to allow you all to just sit together, practice, go over anything, ask me any questions. I'm here as a resource. I'll be here throughout the time that you all are practicing. But use this time. I want to, a few housekeeping notes. Tomorrow you'll be back at the tables that you were assigned to. So I know we called you up and engaged you all to come to the front, but you'll be back at your assigned tables, number one. Number two, you will have a table, you'll have the podium, you'll have access if you want to use your own laptops or your own device to show something, to show an app or to show a PowerPoint or something that you plan to use for your pitch. You will have access to connecting your own laptop or your own device, because I know some people were saying it works better on their laptops as opposed to pulling it up on the web or anything like that. So you'll have access to that. We'll have an easel, so if anyone brought a poster or anything, you'll be able to use that, okay? So go ahead, you can get up with your teams. We're gonna use an hour of your time to sit there. You can practice. Again, I'm gonna be coming around, walking around. If you have any questions, you can feel free to ask me. Every slide that you were shown today will be sent to you at the conclusion of this conference. So I will be collecting the slides from Aisha, from Dorothy, from Deirdre to make sure that we share them with you. I just want to reiterate Aisha's point. When someone tells you, contact me, give me the job number, let me put you in the pond, don't sleep on that. Please get yourselves in the pond. Don't be in the ocean. Thank you, Aisha. Thank you, Dorothy. Thank you, Deirdre. I think she left. Oh, no, she's right there. And go ahead and you guys can get started. Thank you.